Everyone. How is everyone this beautiful, beautiful day? Ba, ba, ba. Hi, Luck. How are you doing today? All right. I You're good. You're bored, but good. That's I mean, there's worse things. You're about to be not very bored because I am so excited. I'm so excited about this one. Ah. Okay. We're playing King's Quest 6 from 1992, considered like the best one. I feel like it's usually like it's a toss up between 5 and 6 which one's their favorite, but I think overall 6 is like a bit better polished. You came back to the VTuber community, so you're doing good. All right, let's see how loud. Bird in the tower. Yeah. All right, let's see how obnoxiously loud it is this time. Ah. Of course, you're not showing it. Ah. Okay. That high quality, no compression whatsoever. There we go. Oh, it's tiny. Now it's big. All right. That not at all compressed audio from the 90s. When is the mixtape dropping? I don't know. The closest we get to karaoke streams are my kit streams, and when we beat this game and I rock out to the ending number. All right, thanks for stopping by, not luck. Not luck. All right. Are we ready to be dazzled by the power of early 90s cinematography? I think we're about to be utterly dazzled when we hit this opening button. All right. We're entering our time machine now. All the graphics.
Alexander, here you are. Oh, you're still not thinking about Cosima, are you?
Hmm? I suppose I am.
Son, it's been months. You've got to pull yourself together. After all, you only met her that once.
I know.
Have you discovered anything about the land of the Green Isles?
No. No one's even heard of it. It's like she's just vanished.
I wish I could help. Please try to think about something else, dear.
I'll try, Mother.
Peak, peak graphics. Despite his family's concerns, Alexander remains tormented by the thoughts of Cosima. Whoa. These graphics are so impressive.
Alexander, I feel so alone. I don't know what to do. Alexander, I wish you were here.
Cosima! Wait! Mother! Mother, come quick!
Alexander, what on earth? You're white as a ghost.
Mother, I saw Cosima. She was in the mirror.
In the mirror? The magic mirror?
Yes! And it showed me how to find her.
How?
The stars! I saw the stars outside her window. I can navigate by the stars.
Oh, Alexander, if you really go...
It will be all right, Mother. I promise.
3 months at sea, Prince Alexander sailed to seas unknown and beyond. Oh, the power of the 90s. Yeah, 9 months surrender. Land? Land ho?
Land ho! Land ho! Land ho!
Thank you for the follow. I don't want to talk over. As the ship nears the shore, day turns to night, and the sea turns violent. Oh, is it frozen? Is it frozen or is that supposed to happen? Okay, that's supposed to happen. My boy, William D. Skirvin. I like the last name Skirvin. doing the credits before the game? Do you actually read them? Alright, Robin Bradley, as much as I appreciate your work, I'm gonna click. Oh, okay. The grandeur of the 90s. Alright, oh, play. Okay. So here we are. I'm gonna, just do a save while we start, because that's always good practice. Start.
The beach is covered with a fine-grained white sand.
Okay.
Alexander promises himself that he will not go home until he has determined what Casima's feelings are for him, and if she needs his help.
Ooh, he thirsty.
Alexander has no use for the ship debris. The sand is warm to the touch. Alexander pushes the plank to one side. A box has been partially buried under sand.
So clicking here got me nothing, but clicking there got me the everything.
Alexander takes the coin and leaves the ruined box where it is.
What if I need a box? I think those pixels are important.
Alexander picks up his royal insignia ring from the beach.
Those pixels were important. All right. Oh, look at my walk. My princely walk.
A grand old tree stretches its luxurious limbs out over the crossroads.
Ah, that 90s bird sound. So relaxing. Go to the castle. She's a princess. Talk to these cool guards.
Alexander politely addresses the odd-looking guards at the castle doors, hoping to learn more about his predicament.
Good day to you, guards. I was cast upon this island in a storm, and I'm a little confused about my location. Could you tell me what place this is and who lives in this castle?
Hey, what is that you say? A castaway? A likely story. We haven't had any foreigners in this part since Alhazred arrived.
Don't be so rude, Gruff. He's not asking for any secrets. You're standing on the Isle of the Crown, lad, and this is the Castle of the Crown. The royal family resides here. Rather, what's left of the royal family.
The Isle of the Crown? But tell me, am I anywhere near the land of the Green Isles?
I love the dog guards.
This is the land of the Green Isles. The Isle of the Crown is the main island, foolish boy.
Then Princess Casima must live in this very castle.
No.
Aye, the princess is indeed our treasured jewel to guard, and we consider it an honor.
Love that voice. An honor. So I'm going to show them my ring so that they know I'm royalty.
Alexander decides to show his royal insignia ring to the Castle of the Crown guards. With all of his papers lost in the shipwreck, it is the only possible calling card he can think of.
Good day. I'm Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm an acquaintance of Princess Casima. If you could just inform her that I'm here, please.
So everyone says. Let me just look at that ring.
What does it say, Gruff?
What does it say?
Kingdom of Daventry, Prince Alexander. Ah, wait here while I go see what Captain Saladin thinks of this.
Oh, things on this. Very plot heavy in the beginning. I apologize.
The guard returns a moment later with a majestic-looking creature. Captain Saladin speaks with a voice that is gentle, but reflects a will of iron.
Prince Alexander of Daventry, I presume. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with your country, but I'm sure Wazir Al-Hazred will want to meet you, if indeed you are a friend of the princess.
Head pats for dog. Head pats for dog.
Please, follow me.
So many pats for a good boy.
Lord Al-Hazred, a visitor to see you. Prince Alexander of Daventry.
What is it that you seek, Prince Alexander?
Pardon the intrusion, my lord, but I came to see Princess Cassima. Some months ago, my father, King Graham, saved my family and I from imprisonment under an evil wizard named Mordak.
The same wizard that kidnapped the princess?
Exactly. When my father rescued us, he also liberated Cassima and sent her home.
Then your father has my gratitude, and that of the entire kingdom. But I'm afraid I still fail to see the purpose of your visit.
Well, I came to make sure that Cassima arrived safely and to pay my respects. Before we parted, she gave me an invitation to visit.
I have no doubt she did exactly that at the time, Prince Alexander. However, things have greatly changed for Cassima since her ordeal in Mordak's castle. Cassima's parents both became ill and died while she was gone. Cassima is sequestered in mourning for them as befits a princess. She is not receiving visitors of any kind. Even if she were, I do not think your visit would be appropriate. You see, it is time for Cassima to take her responsibilities seriously. With her parents gone, she no longer has the luxury to be a carefree maiden.
Hazard is from the works of H.P.
As was
Lovecraft.
her parents' wish, Cassima and I are to be wed. We shall rule the kingdom together. I assure you, our marriage is all Cassima wants now. As a prince and a gentleman, it would be best that you leave before there is any further embarrassment.
I see. I suppose that I was mistaken.
Alright guys, let's leave.
I thought for
It's
certain
over.
that Cassima...
That was it.
Well, I apologize.
A young man sees what he wishes to see. I'm sorry you've wasted your time traveling to the land of the Green Isles. May your journey home be swift.
Perhaps I will take the opportunity to look around your fair land while I'm here.
I would advise against that.
Are we...
The kingdom is rather, shall we say, inhospitable these days. But it is your neck. You may risk it if you please.
Are we gonna mention that
Captain
our ship is
Saladin
destroyed?
will escort you from the castle. Good day.
Good dog. Good dog.
You have had your hearing with Wazir Al-Hazred. I trust you will respect his wishes and not return.
Good boy.
I have been instructed not to let you into the castle again. Good day, my lord.
Good boy.
Captain Saladin whispers something to the guard dogs at the castle gate, and they nod with understanding. Alexander has a feeling they won't be letting him into the castle again.
Alright, so let's just save again, so we don't have to do that again. I'll just save over start. Alright. Do our princely walk over here. Ooh, that like flute. cannot talk to the bird, even though I am also a bird. Sorry, my mic fell. Ah, the old pawn shop.
Old lamps for new. Old lamps for new.
I have to touch the door.
Good day.
Good day.
The back wall of the shop holds various odds and ends. For example, a hull hole detector for finding those hard-to-spot holes in small sailboats.
A hole detector?
The pawn shop owner is a mysterious fellow. His face is old and inscrutable, and there's a glint of sheer iron in his gaze. Still, Alexander senses this is someone he can trust.
Oh, you can just tell that by looking at someone? Talk to them. I like
Good
the
day, merchant.
skeletons.
What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I can tell you she is in a dark time. Without the ferry, communication between the islands has ground to a halt, and so nearly has my business. Why the long ages of peace have ended, and why the crown has not done something about it is beyond me. But then, I am a shopkeeper, not a politician, and can only hope for better days.
What lav mic have I been looking at? I've been browsing a few. I'm still kind of comparing stuff.
Alexander takes a closer look at the items on the counter.
I'm interested in that mechanical nightingale on the counter.
What do you desire to give me in trade? The items on the front counter are all of equally slight value, worth only a copper or two. They are handy items nonetheless.
Can you tell me, merchant, what the value of this ring might be?
By the sands of the sea, what a beauty! What fine gold and masterful artistry! This ring is quite valuable, sir. I would not feel right taking it in trade.
Oh,
None of
okay.
the items on display in my humble store are even close to the value of this ring.
Okay, a ring is too valuable.
Truly? Well, it would be hard to part with it anyway, I suppose.
Okay, the game's telling me don't do that, you dingus. Oh, I have a gold coin. Use the coin.
I have this copper coin.
Oh, copper.
Is it of any value to you at all?
Most interesting. I have never seen a Daventry coin before, but it is copper genuine enough. I might even find a buyer who is interested in foreign currency. The items on the front counter are the only things in the store that I can let go for the price of 1 copper. You may make your choice from there.
Alexander looks at the items on the counter to make his selection.
And we'll take the nightingale.
That mechanical nightingale looks intriguing. I believe I'll take it.
Very well. Your coin is well spent. Remember, this is a pawn shop. I am always willing to take back my own goods in trade.
I'll remember. Thank you.
This is a way better deal than Pawn Stars.
Alexander feels his pockets carefully to make sure.
Oh, I meant to... I think I want... touch that? Yeah.
Alexander takes a mint.
Alright. Bum, bum, bum. Allie's books.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Ooh, what's this?
Alexander picks up the book from the small table.
Oh, yes, please, take that book. You have my most humble thanks for doing so, good sir.
Really? Thanks.
You're terrible business people. Okay.
Thinking of Cosima, Alexander decides to leaf through one of the volumes of love poetry. He reads, "Thy hair, thy lips, thy beauteous face, and all thy studied female grace have won for thee anon a place within this broken breast." Not
Nice.
bad.
Can
And
they see that
another.
on Twitch?
Upon the shore the lilies bend, untouched by worldly care, where shadow they her earthly bed, oh, that she were not there. Yikes. And another. What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and binds my heart with links so tight I cannot live without the sight of you? What nameless thing has captured me and made me powerless to flee? What thing is it without a name that brings my mind e'er back the same to thee? The name of love cannot apply. Its commonness does not decry the haunted, hunted, painful cry that my heart makes for you, that e'er my soul eternal makes for you.
It's intense poetry.
A little close to home, that one.
Alexander returns the love poem book to the shelf.
Ooh, page fell out though.
Alexander is not interested in those self-help books.
No, I could self-help. There we go.
Alexander picks up the fallen page. It's the love poem he particularly liked. It must have fallen out of the poetry book.
I see that old volume has lost another page. You may keep it if you like, sir. I have glued the stubborn thing back in place 2 times already.
I do rather like it. Thank you, merchant.
Free poem. Ha ha ha. We're gonna rob this island blind, fellas.
Good day, sir. I'm a stranger in this land. What can you tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
What else can I steal from you?
That is quite a question, young man. Who are you, and what would you have me tell you?
My name is Alexander. I know I'm on the Isle of the Crown, but I'd like to know whatever you can tell me about this island, and if there are other islands nearby.
You are indeed a stranger. Anxious is the man who knows not the customs of the land beneath his feet. This island is called the Isle of the Crown, because the royal family's castle is here. Besides the castle, we also have this village, and the docks over to the west.
And a really good dentist.
There are at least 3 other islands. The Isle of the Sacred Mountain, the Isle of the Beast, and the Isle of Wonder.
Ooh.
At least 3? Does no one know for certain?
This is no ordinary land, Alexander. The land of the Green Isles has always been a place of vague boundaries, as if islands come and go. Legend speaks of a 4th island, an isle shrouded in mists. I myself have never seen it. Then, too, the land of the Green Isles is said to exist on the boundaries of this world and the next. Even darker places are reputed to be closer here than anywhere else in the world.
That's quite a claim.
Claim, yes, but probably just local superstition. We who live here on the Isle of the Crown, at least, sleep well enough at night.
Those first 3 islands you mentioned, how might I learn more about them?
Ideally, a young man seeking such knowledge would travel to their shores and learn about them firsthand. Meeting the leaders of each place would be helpful, naturally.
Okay, so he's...
Unfortunately, the ferry no longer runs between the islands. There has been much political unrest, and it has been too dangerous to travel for years. Perhaps the ferryman can tell you more. He has little enough to do these days. And if you haven't been there already, you might seek an audience at the castle.
Okay, we're
Thank you
there.
kindly, merchant. for all your good advice.
Ah, but advice is free, Alexander. Making use of it costs much more.
Okay. And I think I want to buy this.
How much for that book on the counter, merchant?
It is a fine book, is it not? I obtained it from the estate of the
It's a magic book and we can't buy it yet.
Well, the
That's what that was saying. Yeah, we're bringing politics into gaming for the first time ever. This is the first and only political game. Keep it this fine lady.
There's a young girl in the yard. The girl is dressed in a long, plain orange robe with a thick headdress. From the appearance of her clothes and from a skittish, fearful look about her, Alexander gets the strong impression that she is a servant, or even worse, a slave. The serving girl appears to be stealing a quiet moment tending the rose bushes. Looking at the serving girl reminds Alexander of the years he spent as a slave under the evil wizard Mananan. He wishes there was some way he could help her. She looks very shy and nervous as she tends her roses.
You lazy thing! Get back to work and stay away from those roses! I've told you 1,000,000 times, those flowers are too sweet for the likes of you!
Aww.
You've still got to do the breakfast dishes, make lunch, and clean the stables yet this morning! And get your veil back on! No one wants to look at your face!
Aww.
Yes, stepmother.
Oh, okay.
Hey, stranger, come join me. The water is wonderful, and I can show you the way to the next island.
Should we do it? Totally safe.
Considering the poor condition of the shore, it looks like the easiest way to get into the water is just to jump off the pier.
Go, go, go.
The powerful currents grab Alexander. Struggle as he might, he feels himself being pulled out to sea.
Uh-oh.
Not a very good swimmer, are you?
Help me!
Sorry, I think not.
As his head submerges for the third time, Alexander finds himself pondering the wisdom of going out on a limb for a stranger.
Tickets up. Next.
Alexander couldn't handle those currents. That boy must be an unbelievably strong swimmer.
Totally safe. Yep.
Come on, jump in. A little water won't hurt you.
Yes, it will. A lot of water will hurt me.
What would Alexander do with that huge sheet of canvas?
What are you waiting for? I said I'd show you how to get to the next island.
No, I'm not listening to you.
That's strange. The young boy in the water just disappeared. Oh well, perhaps he just dove under the water.
Yeah, no weird magic smoke here.
Yeah, what do you want?
Excuse me. My name is Alexander. The owner of the bookshop in the village told me you might be able to help me. I hear you used to run this ferry for the islands. I'd like to talk to you if you have a moment.
You say old Allie sent you? I can't see why. The ferry's not running, you know.
This is quite a ferry, man.
I understand. I'd just like to talk to you about the islands if you don't mind.
It's quite a look.
Well, I guess it'd be all right if Allie sent you. Well, don't just stand there. Come on inside. What is it you wanted to talk about, young man?
I'm a visitor to these islands. I'd like to learn what I can about the area.
So you said outside. What is it you want to know?
Well, for one thing, why has the island's only ferry been dry docked?
Huh. It just ain't safe to sail these days. What with the islands feuding and all. Wazir Al-Hazred ordered the ferry closed till things settled down. Me, I don't think she'll ever see water again.
But why are the islands feuding?
You got me. Something about stolen property or some such thing. 'Tis a real shame. Things used to be so friendly.
Then this unrest is recent.
A few years is all, but it's been long enough.
Perhaps if the ferry were repaired.
This old thing? This ferry's been out of water so long she's no longer even seaworthy. Her boards have dry rot. She'd fall apart at the first taste of seawater.
Ooh.
But there must be some way to get off this island.
There's only one other way to travel that I know of. A magic map. The owner of the pawn shop can tell you more about that than I can, Alexander.
Okay. Magic map. And
There's nothing of interest on...
I see you have a rabbit's foot. Has it brought you much luck?
As you can see, my luck's been out for some time now, despite that old charm. Why don't you take it with you? Perhaps giving the darn thing away will bring me good fortune at last.
Perhaps it will at that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, the ferryman does have some cool pants.
Well, I think I'll be going now. Thanks for allowing me into your home.
Posh, not at all. It breaks the boredom, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Oh wait. Let's save. Cool pants. Got our cool, our hot pants. Hot ferryman summer or something because of the pants. You said the pawn shop would have more information.
Good day.
The pawn shop is too cluttered and dusty.
Okay, we'll talk to him.
Excuse me, merchant, but the ferryman mentioned that you might have a magic map of the land of the Green Isles.
Why, as a matter of fact, I do. I keep it under the counter. It's been gathering dust so long that I nearly forgot about it. It was quite a few years ago, you see. The estate of a wealthy wizard fell into my hands when he died. It was useless magical junk mostly, which reminds me, I've still got some things of his in the back that I need to dump out. Anyway, the magic map was the one true treasure in the lot. The wizard was quite old and feeble and had enchanted the map to aid in traveling.
Fight him.
It is said that one need only desire to be on an island depicted on the map to find oneself there. It is a very valuable map, as you can imagine. Unfortunately, no one is interested in traveling these days. It is far too dangerous with the current state of the kingdom.
What would you take for the map?
I would normally want something magic in return, but since I am hardly overrun with prospective buyers, I would be willing to take anything of equal value in exchange.
Right. So we can do the ring. That's very valuable.
Would you be willing to take my family ring in exchange for the magic map?
Daventry, Are you a king then?
No, that's my father, King Graham. I'm just Alexander.
Oh, just
Well,
the prince.
Prince Alex, she is a beautiful ring. Are you sure you can part with such a unique family heirloom?
The ring does mean a lot to me. I didn't always have a family, you know. Still, it is only gold. There are more important things at stake now.
Then you now own a magic map, Prince Alex. I will keep your ring out of sight for a few days. If you find anything else of great value in your travels, you can come back for your ring. I would hate to see it melted down for gold. Ah, and a warning about the map. It will only operate when you are out in the open and within sight of the sea. The limitation has something to do with the teleport spell ingredients. You might try the beach.
The beach.
Thank you. You are very kind. And I'll remember about the map.
Alright, fight.
Suddenly, the old man in the concealing cloak sneaks past Alexander, and with a sneaky dart of his hand, steals a mint from the candy jar.
Come on.
The old man stuffs the mint into his mouth and wobbles unsteadily out of the pawn shop.
Seconds later in the castle.
Master! I followed Prince Alexander as you wished. From the pawn shop owner, he just abstained, just reprieved. He just got a magic map.
Oh!
You fool! You've been eating those mints again. I ordered you to stop that. Yes, Master. Now, what is this about a magic map? With a map, Prince Alexander could travel anywhere as quickly as I can. I thought I took care of the only means of travel. By my scimitar, I can't have him stirring things up now.
Voice
Get a
actor's
hold of
pretty
yourself
good.
and listen carefully, Shamir. Go to the other islands and tell them...
Alright. Yeah, this pawn shop owner is pretty cool. It's way better than Pawn Stars. So we want him to dump.
Hello. I will be right up. Now, what can I do for you?
Who's this fellow?
Good day, sir. Is there anything you can tell me about the land of the Green Isles?
I'm sorry, but I have no time for idle conversation. I'm too worried about the princess.
That voice.
Excuse me again, sir. You mentioned the princess.
I told you I'm not interested in talking to strangers.
Okay. Oh, we don't... Okay, we don't have our ring? Dang it.
Alexander examines the large pot. It's currently empty, but a few scraps in the bottom indicate that it is used as a dump site on occasion.
Okay, so that's where we need him to dump the items. I don't know if we have to kind of keep walking around until he actually, like, dumps out the items. Yeah, there we go. Yep, that's what we wanted.
Alexander sorts through the odds and ends that the pawn shop owner dumped into the pot. Magic exploding gum wrappers, a shattered crystal ball, a cracked wand, a fake thumb.
Thumb?
Near the bottom, Alexander finds a little glass bottle labeled ink. It appears to be empty, but Alexander decides to take it anyway. You never know when a small bottle will come in handy.
Just like a find 'em game. Okay. There's a bird.
A nightingale perches on a high branch of the tree. She sings the most beautiful song Alexander has ever heard.
Tiny nightingale?
Alexander winds the mechanical nightingale and places it on the ground. The mechanical nightingale sings a sweet, tinny tune. The real nightingale in the tree cocks her head and listens intently. The nightingale flies to a lower branch and looks at Alexander curiously, as if she were deciding that this human might not be so bad.
Yay! So we...
Alexander has a love poem from a book in the bookshop.
Okay.
Alexander has a... There's no reason to use that there.
Dang it. Okay. What is this again?
The small green mint looks very tasty.
Oh, it's a mint. Okay. Befriended a bird. Bird. Any game that lets me have bird friends is 10 out of 10. That's my hierarchy. Can I have a bird friend?
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Okay, so we have Isle of the Crown, where we are, Isle of Wonder, Isle of the Sacred Mountain, and Isle of the Beast. So we'll do...
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. There appears to be something etched into the face of the cliff. Alexander decides to get closer.
Ignorance kills, wisdom elevates. Okay.
Alexander takes the feather.
We will just take the two things on the ground.
Alexander picks the flower and is startled by its hideously strong skunk-like odor.
Ooh.
For a moment, he can smell nothing else.
Okay. Let me just... Let's just save. Stinky flower. Alright. Now let's try a new island.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Ooh, Isle of Wonder.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Oh, what's this?
One of the oysters is sitting up in bed and doesn't look very happy.
It's a
He
bed of
seems to be the only one who
oysters.
can't sleep. In the oyster's mouth, Alexander can see a glint of white.
Why aren't you asleep like the other oysters?
Oh,
Okay, so the oyster can't sleep. I think this is a really boring book.
Alexander is carrying a book from the bargain table in the bookshop.
We'll read them a story. Oh, I didn't mean to
Alexander opens the bargain book and reads a paragraph at random.
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 and an eighth bottles of wild beast lard.
Okay. It made us sleepy, so
Phew,
it'll make...
What an incredibly boring book. No wonder the bookshop owner wanted to get rid of it so badly.
This book is boring. We will read it
If you're having
to our
trouble
oyster
sleeping,
friends.
perhaps you'd like me to read to you.
Hey, that would be great.
2 dulcimers raised to the degree of 40 half-dulcimers, divided into equal parts by the third of a cackle of grouse geese, put over the result of 10 fine mackles, albeit small fine mackles, stretched over the total of 53 and an eighth bottles of wild beast lard.
Oh,
Yields a gilded minnow
I got it.
of
Was supposed to
precise
click.
measurements.
I was supposed to click.
2,069 centidrills by
Nice.
3,023 and 6/7 puns, not punts, as might be expected. This is not to say, however, in any sense whatsoever, that deviations in mean temperature of 5 or 6 dregs or so.
Alexander
it.
sees nothing of interest on that
Dang,
part of the
dang,
oyster.
Dang it.
Indicate a fabrication or derivation sufficiently broad enough to exacerbate the conclusions uncovered in due course with regards to the dimensions, consistency, mass, or thickness inherent in the menial suckling grouse.
Alexander makes a grab for the
Yes.
pearl.
Pro gamer. Oh, that...
Hey, you fixed my mouth. It feels great.
The little oyster drifts into peaceful slumber with the rest of his oyster
Aw.
friends. Alexander wades into the sea to get the strange object in the water. The ocean currents tug at Alexander's legs. That object is just a bit out of reach.
Okay, okay, cool. It's not gonna kill us. It's not gonna kill us. Oh my god, I was gonna be so mad if I died after doing that. Sleepy baby. Wait, no. Okay. I still have it. All right. There we go. It's closer now.
Alexander sees nothing of interest
Oh,
there.
thank you. Thank you for the follow. Shroom Pie TV.
Alexander doesn't want to taste the salty seawater.
Give me whatever this is.
Alexander picks up the object floating in the water. It appears to be a string of letters. They say, "Where are you going?" Alexander decides to keep the odd sentence, even though it is incomplete.
Okay, it's an incomplete sentence. Okay.
Alexander hears someone coming.
"5 fierce guards of the isle we be. Watch for a foreign man," said he, "with ears and nose, tongue, hands, and eyes. Its nature cannot be disguised. If man it be, then man it dies." "Old Tom Troll, smell your smell. Do that which you do so well."
Okay, so he's gonna... Okay. if they think that we're a human guy, they're gonna kill us, and he's gonna smell us. We have the stinky flower.
Alexander holds the flower of stench out to the gnome with the jumbo nose.
Tom Trow I am, that's all I'll be. My nose knows all on land and sea. A flower of stench has washed ashore. A flower 'tis all, and nothing more.
What is this?
Listen, hark you, Grovenor. Do your duty as you swore. With your ears, please tell us more.
Okay, ears. So we need something that makes sounds. So nightingale.
Alexander winds the tin nightingale and plays it for the gnome with the monumental ears.
Huge ears. All right, any day now. Oh, he's dancing. Oh, he's rocking.
A nose is not a way to spy. My ears cannot be told a lie. A nightingale is all there be. No man is near, and so say me. Taste, Grump, that we might know whether friend or whether foe.
He's gonna taste us? Oh, the tongue. Oh, I don't like the tongue. Mint leaf.
Alexander holds the
Or mint.
out for the gnome with the
I don't like the
gigantic
tongue.
mouth.
I don't like the tongue at all.
Grump knows a tasty treat. It matters not what others bleat. No danger is this one so sweet.
Oh god, the big hands.
Pretty Dilly, use your hands. Is it beast or is it man?
Oh god. Big gloves. Rabbit's foot.
Alexander holds the rabbit foot out for the gnome with the huge hands.
Be all you mad? What aileth thee?
Oh man,
A
so
bunny
terrifying.
can't trill merrily. A hare does not at all taste sweet. A rabbit here is all we greet. Old Bill Batter, never fatter. Vision can resolve this matter. Look you now and end this chatter.
Okay. So this bottle of ink looks empty. It's invisible ink. So he won't be able to see anything.
Alexander pours the contents of the
Blind
empty-looking
him.
ink bottle over himself.
By all that's beauteous, fair, and sightly, 4 morons do I sleep with nightly. There's nothing there at all, I say. Enough of this. Let's now away.
Oh my god.
Alexander did it. He's fooled the guards.
Oh my god, those are horrifying. Who decided that? Oh man. Babies. Babies.
Piles of stacked books, looking ready to topple at any moment,
That's
have
the
been arranged
strangest
haphazardly on the sandy
polycule
ground.
I've ever seen.
Piles of stacked...
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize these books had an owner. I'm in need of a rare book.
No owner? All books have owners, my good man. And this book owner, bookworm to you, wouldn't part with one of his books for anything.
Isn't there something I can do for you to pay for the book?
Let's see. Do you have an itinerant clause?
No. No clauses at all, I'm afraid.
As an exception, you always should.
Ah. Grammar humor.
Don't mind oxymoron and diphthong. They're fairly limited grammatical principles, you know. Let's see. A marsh pig that does Texas?
No. I'm afraid not.
A dangling participle?
I'm fresh out.
Fresh
A
out.
purple fiddle whacker?
Oh, I'm out.
No, I don't think so. Sorry.
An idiosyncrasy, perhaps?
A lot of my purple think whackers.
Afraid not.
Ha! Then what good are you?
Wow. Hiya, gorgeous. Oh, what a luscious-looking hunk of flesh you are.
Thank you, I guess. Who are you?
How charming of you to pretend not to know. I'm Black Widow, of course. The femme fatale of all femme fatales. Know what I mean?
Oh, hello.
You know, I was just thinking it was time I found my 50th, another husband. It would be quite a horror, an honor to have me as a bride. Just look at my beautiful weaving. It's so light, so delicate. You'll never want to leave my little nest.
It is a lovely web, but my heart is elsewhere, I'm afraid.
Oh, drat! The loss is yours.
Just play it cool,
I'm
lady.
sure you'll change your mind once you consider the advantages.
Oh my god, the music.
Hey, don't touch that thread!
Alexander snatches the scrap of parchment, curious to see what's written on it.
Love.
The wind blows the scrap of paper from Alexander's hand, but he remembers what it said well enough.
Alright, it says love. I have to... let's save. I have to run to get some more water. I will be back in like a minute. I swear. Thank you everyone who's staying by. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Maybe don't count. Minute. I'll be back. Alright, thank you so much. Something about that spider made me very thirsty. Alright. That was a big steppy spider. I was not prepared for that. Okay. Come on, let's go. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Well, I'll be. This is a whole web of mysteries.
A mushy swamp lies just off the path. It doesn't look like very good swimming. The fallen log has a good-sized knot or bump. Milkweed thrives near the mucky swamp. Small bottles filled with milk grow on it like fruit.
Small? Can I take?
Alexander takes a bottle of milk from the milkweed bush.
Okay. Oh, milkweed. Oh. Oh.
Apparently, the dogwood tree doesn't like Alexander standing that close.
But I have the milk. Okay. What is this? Okay.
A curiously speckled gate marks one end of the garden. Alexander doesn't want to pick the baby's tears. They may not be done growing.
Okay, baby's tears.
Those tomatoes are not quite ripe yet, and Alexander
Thank
shouldn't
you.
pull them off the vine.
Thank you for the follow. And Transunine? Transunine? Transnine.
Hey, what do you think you're doing there? Get your hands off me! Hey!
Alexander picks up rotten tomato and puts him away.
It's
One
rotten
never
tomato.
knows when one will need a rotten tomato.
You never know. Ooh, what are these?
Alexander approaches the snapdragons.
Snapdragons.
Those unfriendly snapdragons don't want Alexander anywhere near them. Alexander picks a head of iceberg lettuce.
Iceberg lettuce.
Ye gads! Is that cold?
Alexander decides to pick up the hole in the wall. A hole in the wall could be a very useful thing.
You can talk?
Alexander startled the poor thing. It's run off to hide behind the wallflowers.
Oh, wallflowers. The pizza gate. Oh, wait, I didn't mean like that. The gate of pizza. What is happening?
Checkmate! Only chess pieces allowed in chessboard land. That's right. Humans aren't allowed in and never will be. Stay out!
I must insist, Your Highness. I shall send the lump of coal to the Vizier and the Princess as a present for their wedding, and that's the end of it.
And I suppose you'll leave me with only this stupid spoiled egg to send, Your Highness. I want to impress the new king and queen of the realm as much as you do. As queen of this island, I have every right to that lump of coal.
Who isn't queen of this isle? The lump of coal is in my possession. Therefore, I shall do as I please with it. Besides, there's nothing wrong with that spoiled egg.
The egg, though delightfully spoiled, is not nearly so valuable as the lump of coal, and you know it. Your Highness always got to carry the singing stone. It's not fair that you get the coal, too.
That doesn't count. The singing stone was stolen by that horrid beast. I should get to keep the coal just because my stone was stolen.
It wasn't your stone. It belonged to the Isle of Wonder treasury. Your Highness always thinks that everything is hers.
Okay.
Excuse me, my good man, but could you settle an argument for us?
Which of us should get to carry the coal and which the egg? Remember, white is the color of deserving truth and virtue.
Quiet, Your Highness, and let him make up his own mind. I, for one, shall be more proper, and not even mention the fact that red is the color of love.
I'm sorry, Your Majesties. I'm partial to both red and white, but I'm afraid that I don't know how to solve your problem. One of you will just have to be gracious and allow the other the lump of coal.
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
What a ridiculously stupid idea.
Quite ludicrous.
He was a lot of help, wasn't he?
Oh, yes. Obviously a man of high intelligence.
Okay, 3 things. 3 scarf.
The lump of coal goes much better with my gown anyway. Black and red are imperial colors.
That's the silliest thing I ever heard. Red does not go with anything, being much too self-conscious. White is the perfect accompaniment to any color.
Taking the scarf.
Alexander picks up the Red Queen's scarf.
So, over here, we have a bump on a log.
A stick is stuck in the middle of the swamp.
We have a stick in the mud and a bump on a log.
The mucky swamp is no place for extensive hands-on exploration.
Okay. Can't really do much here yet. And these games loved puns. Let's save. What just happened? Oh, we'll say Rotten Tomato. Because we have a Rotten Tomato now. And then let's use our map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
And then we haven't been to the Isle
Alexander
of the Beast
feels
yet.
a strange pulling sensation.
You have to take a drink every time you hear that sentence.
Alexander can't reach the little creature on the tree branch. It will have to come down on its own.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
I'm not odd-looking, you are!
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you could speak.
Speak not? Funny is, speech I am and nothing but.
You speak strangely, friend.
Strange, my speech is not. Eloquence I speak with.
But who are you? And why are you here?
Away I fly my home from. Lost I am, therefore. Has my name, too? Can you guess not? It's what I do this branch with, and the way I speak of.
So, he's dangling, and he speaks weirdly. So, it's a grammar joke, which everyone gets. He's a dangling participle, which I did not pay that much attention in English class, so it's just like a way of it's a way of constructing a sentence that's technically wrong. So we have an incomplete sentence that it can finish.
There's no reason to use that on the rock. Alexander holds the sentence out to the creature.
This sentence seems in need of an ending. Perhaps you could finish it?
Where are you going? Where are you going? Know what I do? Where are you going to? Like you, I do. Go I with you?
And we just stuff it in our jacket.
Well, that was certainly interesting. It looks like Alexander now has a passenger.
Bunny!
Alexander would look pretty silly diving for that rabbit. There's no way he could catch it with his hands.
Dang it.
A pond lies across the path. The water boils as if over some magical flame.
So this water's too hot, and we have some iceberg lettuce.
Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of iceberg lettuce. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It still looks hot, but bearable.
Looks like a hot spring episode.
Alexander decides to brave the steaming pond.
Ouch! Ow! Ooh, 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 ouch!
The pond is no longer boiling, but it's hardly bathwater.
Oh, man.
As Alexander continues down the path, he gets the strange feeling that he's being watched.
Come on over here and see what I'm doing with these flowers. Never mind that stone fella on top of the gate. He won't hurt you any. He's just there to scare you.
Okay. Uh-oh. That's definitely gonna kill us. So let's grab this.
There's nothing to do there.
Oh, come on.
Alexander picks up the brick.
You aren't gonna listen to me, are you? Well, we'll just see about that.
Alright, that was
odd. The gardener just disappeared.
that was the genie trying to kill us. Ooh, what's this?
An old abandoned hunter's lamp is hanging on one of the trees. Alexander wonders who might have hunted in these dense woods.
Take?
Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree.
Sorry about that. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. Oh, we need
the magic map does.
I want to take the map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So let's go back to Isle of the Crown.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Hello. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining. Okay, so we have a bunch of stuff. Let's go to the pawn shop.
Your candy dish is empty.
I am sorry, sir, but I have no more mints. Somebody has eaten them all.
Stop! The game crashed. Oh god, when was the last time we saved? Okay, recently. Not too bad, not too bad. The genie was so mad. He crashed the game. Okay. Restore. Rotten Tomato. Okay, we weren't too far. Oh no, we didn't even do all. Oh, we didn't save after the beast stuff.
Alexander pull.
Okay, so we'll do the Island of the Beast stuff. That was easy.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So we gotta do unfinished sentence to the dangling participle.
Perhaps Alexander ought to find out more about the perhaps.
Okay, fine. I gotta talk to him.
Hello, friend. Aren't you an odd-looking little fellow?
Pa, 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 pa.
Alexander holds the scent.
This
Light?
Little dance.
That was certainly.
Iceberg lettuce.
Hoping to cool down the boiling pond, Alexander throws in a head of ice. The pond's water slowly stops boiling, cooled by the ice. It's Alexander decides.
Ouch!
The pond. Alexander takes the old hunter's lamp from the tree.
Alright, so
As Alexander continues.
Come on over.
We'll remember to save before we enter the pawn shop next time.
You aren't gonna listen to me.
No, no, oh my god. Please don't crash.
Alexander pulls.
Alexander
feels.
Range pulling sensation. We know, we know. Oh, actually, we can actually do something else.
Alexander pulls.
Let's go back to.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So we will give the bookworm the dangling participle.
Hello, bookworm. I have something you might be interested in.
Because only writers like Grammar
what
Jones.
is it this time?
I found this little fellow lost on another island.
Coming home, I am too.
There you are, you naughty boy. I told you not to leave the island.
Glad I am seeing you too.
A most solemn celebration.
So, you found my dangling participle. I suppose I'll have to give you something. Let's see now. Was it a rare book you wanted?
Yes, sir.
Well, then none of these will do. They've been sitting in the sun far too long and must be well cooked by now. This one is far more rare. A delicious little tidbit.
I'm kind of mad at that. I'm a little mad.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, my computer is just not powerful enough to handle... Like, forget Cyberpunk. This is the real thing that will, like, destroy your PC.
Alexander pulls...
Okay, so now we can go back to...
Alexander
Isle
feels
of
a
the Crown.
strange pulling sensation.
Okay. We'll save again. Please don't crash. Oh, cooking the books. I'm sure all the kids got jokes about tax evasion in the 90s. I mean, if your kid can't get past the dangling participle thing,
Your candy dish is empty.
I am sorry, sir,
Okay.
but I have
Okay.
no more mints. Somebody has
Prayers to
eaten them
chat.
all.
Well, get some more then.
I fear that is impossible. Without the ferry, I can no longer get imports from the other islands, and we do not grow mint extract on the Isle of the Crown.
Oh, I hate not getting what I want.
Me too. Me too, man. Me too. Ah.
The pawn shop.
So we don't need the Nightingale anymore, so we'll give it back to him.
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
I'll take the flute.
The flute? Very good, Prince Alex. May its music always be sweet. Feel free to trade it back at any time.
Thank you.
And then we also have a pearl, so maybe we can get our ring back.
I found this large pearl. Might it be valuable enough to ransom back my family ring?
I have never seen such a perfect pearl. Certainly you can have your ring back.
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't sell it. I'm a bit attached to it, I'm afraid.
Of course you are. You would be cold-hearted if you felt any differently. I am happy to see a family heirloom back with its rightful owner.
Okay. Yeah, the merchant's very nice. I kind of don't know how anyone makes any money on this island, but whatever. Not my problem. Well, it will be if I marry the princess. 'Cause I'll be in
Hello.
charge.
I will be right up.
So
Now.
this guy
What can I do for you?
wouldn't talk to us before, but he can prove we're the prince because he knows the princess.
Determined to learn more about the strange man's relationship with the princess, Alexander shows the man his insignia ring and formally introduces himself.
I'm sorry to insist, but my name is Alexander of Daventry, and...
I appreciate the offer of the ring, Alexander, but I'm afraid I'm already spoken. Daventry? Where have I heard of Daventry? Flying flit mice. You must be Prince Alexander. Casima told me about you when she arrived home. How came you here?
Why,
Flying
by a ship,
or
now wrecked
nice.
upon the sand. But you know Casima? She truly spoke of me?
Yes, I saw her briefly when she first returned home. She mentioned a prince to me, Prince Alexander of Daventry. I'm afraid that was before she was told about her parents' deaths. You see, she arrived home a few weeks too late. The king and queen thought they'd never see her again. It is said they died of heartbreak. I'm afraid she's blamed herself.
What a terrible homecoming. If we had only known.
Terrible indeed, poor thing. Everyone in the kingdom seems to despair with her these days. The streets are silent.
Where is she now?
The princess is sequestered in mourning. It's a rather dated tradition, and not required, but the Wazir says she insisted out of respect.
I see. You've yet to say who you are, and how you know the princess.
I? Oh, pardon me. My name is Jalo. I am clown to the royal court, and have been since the marriage of Casima's parents, King Calipham and Queen Alaria. Oh, those were the happy days. The pair of them were so full of joy and life, so in love. And Casima's birth. It would be hard to explain how long they had waited, how they had hoped for a child. I mean, she was such a charming little thing, smart as a whip, kind and sweet. Oh, she means everything to this kingdom, Alexander, and to me. I'm so terribly worried about her.
About her grief over her parents, you mean?
Well, the truth is, I do not trust the Wazir or his plans for Casima. I'm still living at the Castle of the Crown as court clown, his clown. But it is more to keep my ear to the ground than out of loyalty.
I'm sorry, we need the deep
I wish I
lore
knew what
right
the
now.
princess thinks these days. If only I could find Sing Sing, Casima's pet nightingale. I might be able to send the princess a message. As it is, I must wait for the end of her seclusion.
What can you tell me about the Wazir?
The Wazir? Now there's a dangerous subject. His name is Abdul al-Hazred. He came to the kingdom 15 years ago. The king was fascinated by his knowledge and his fine-sounding ideas. It didn't take long for al-Hazred to convince the king to trust him with the minor problems of daily government. You see, Caliphim had a wife and a new daughter he wanted to spend time with. Al-Hazred became Wazir.
And now?
Well, he's had his eye on Casima ever since she was a young girl. And she is the only thing between him and the throne.
Do you think he means to harm her?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I think he'd rather keep her as wife. But whatever his plans for the princess, he will use her to his best advantage.
All right,
That's his way.
Perhaps he has charmed her. Perhaps she cares for him now.
The Wazir is capable of anything. And still, she has always instinctively distrusted him. Now I must return to the castle.
Thank you for the information.
Okay, that was the deep Jalo lore. Okay. So this was the rare book. Let's
Perhaps
trade.
Alexander should show book.
I found this rare book, and I thought of your offer.
Very interesting. Oh, it is a wonderful riddle book. Riddles are much more marketable than spells these days. I guess people believe more in mirth than in magic.
What?
Here is the spell book you wanted.
Share.
And a fair trade it is, I must say. Enjoy it.
I certainly hope so. We shall see how rusty my spell casting truly is.
We haven't cast spells since King's Quest 3. Okay, so let's go this way. Oh, hold on.
Alex...
This was in here before.
Alexander doesn't remember that sign being on the wall before. He decides to take a closer look. It's a proclamation. It reads, "Citizens rejoice," announcing the royal wedding and coronation of Wazir Abdul Al-Hazred and Princess Kasima.
No.
For reasons of security, the wedding will not be open to the public. Long live the new king and queen of the land of the Green Isles. Alexander feels his stomach turn at the thought of the dread event. If he doesn't do something soon, Kasima will be another man's wife.
Yeah, that's my wife. I mean... This is the Nightingale Jalo spoke of. So let's... Where's my... Is this my ring? Yeah. Oh, it's D for Daventry. Okay.
Alexander holds out his insignia ring to the Nightingale, hoping she perhaps is the Nightingale that Jalo spoke of, and that she might be able to take the ring to Kasima. The ring is the one thing he has that might alert Kasima to his presence on the Isles. The Nightingale swoops down and grabs the ring. She flies off towards the castle, perhaps to Kasima.
That snake had glowy eyes.
Sing Sing, what have you got in your mouth, my pretty? A gold ring? Sing Sing, where did you get this? Realm of Daventry.
Sing Sing,
but this is Alexander's ring. Oh, my soul, he must be here. Sing Sing, I wish you could tell me what you've seen. Is he really here then, on this very island? Oh, if only I could leave this castle as easily as you. Take this ribbon, Sing Sing. If you know where he is, return it to him. Please be careful, Alexander. It is so dangerous, and yet I could not wish you away.
Sing Sing is the bird's name.
The little bird makes a delivery. Although the Nightingale's...
Oh, okay.
It's a red velvet hair ribbon. Could it be? Could it possibly belong to Kasima herself?
Or am I merely wishing it were so? Oh.
So let's...
Alexander examines the red ribbon and finds a strand of long black hair.
We got our hair, boys. What is this?
Alexander is carrying an old, battered hunter's lamp. The
Oh.
lamp is empty.
The hunter's lamp. Okay. Oh, let's look at the spell book.
Alexander is carrying a book from the bookshop. The cover says, "Ye Old Spell Book."
Ye old. Okay. Magic paint spell. Swamp ooze, river Styx water, black horse feather, make rain spell. Few drops of salt water not from the sea. One vial sacred water and falling water. Charming a creature of the night spell.
This is the last page.
Okay. A skull full of hot oak embers, a bit of sulfur, brimstone, one strand of a pure-hearted maiden's hair. Okay. Alright, Alright, let's go do more adventuring.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
And then let's go back to the Island of
Alexander
Wonder.
feels a strange pulling sensation.
So we need... So we have a, let's do some stuff around here. So we have some milk. So we'll give it to a baby's tears.
Alexander gives one of the baby's tears a bottle of milk.
And now the rest are jealous.
The other baby's tears seem to resent Alexander's gift for some reason.
So we need to collect those tears. It's salt water.
Alexander collects some of the baby's tears in the old hunter's lamp.
It's salt water not from the sea. We need to get a hole in the wall away from the wallflowers. So we need to jam.
May I have this dance?
Oh, my!
I wish I had some castanets right now.
Alexander stops playing the flute, but the wallflowers and snapdragons continue to dance, caught up in the music and oblivious to everything around them.
Okay, so we are going to take the hole.
Dancing wallflowers are oblivious to Alexander. While the wallflowers dance, Alexander snatches the hole in the wall.
And then that's new, so we want this.
Alexander takes the teacup.
There's
Alright, get away from the crying babies. So we also need some swamp ooze. So we'll use that new cup we got to get some ooze.
What do you think you're doing? You startled me. I was just getting some swamp ooze. Well, you certainly won't get it there!
What?
That's not swamp ooze! That's swamp sludge!
Ugh.
He's right, you know. But he could be a little nicer about telling you. He's not a very pleasant stick in the mud.
Oh.
Nobody asked you! Be quiet!
Oh, the trials of being a mere bump on a log.
So, we have a stick in the mud. We have a bump on a log. Let's give them a rotten tomato.
Perhaps I can help you out by throwing a rotten tomato at Stick in the Mud for you.
Really? I appreciate the gesture, but the swamp is broader than it looks. Only a native like myself would be able to hit him from here.
A certified fresh idea. Okay, so we'll give him the rotten tomato.
I thought this might come in handy the next time your brother starts picking on you.
Aha! Finally, old Bump on the Log's not so defenseless, is he?
Haha.
Hey! Hey! What are you doing there? Watch the pulp, would you?
Now, Bumpy, remember all I've given you!
The only thing you've ever given me is mud. Take this!
Get him. Get him. Get him.
No! Not into the swamp!
Get him. Bumpy. He said Bumpy. Oh, oh, oh. Line up the pitch. And... Oh, no.
Hey, okay. I give up. Geez, sorry.
Well, I guess it's not very pleasant having things thrown at you. I'm sorry.
You mean it? Really? Brother.
Brother!
Stick in the Mud and Bump on a Log, exhausted from the battle, immediately doze off into naps. Rotten Tomato, being equally lazy, decides to join them. There's no point in using an object on...
Now we can
Alexander
get the swamp
fills the
ooze.
teacup with the swamp ooze.
Oh, it's been a while since we've saved. Oh yeah, we haven't saved since Please Don't Crash. Swamp ooze. Oh, thank you for the hydrate redeem. Thank you. I will do that right now while we travel back to the Isle of the Crown.
Alexander pulls out his magic map. Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Refreshing water. Thank you, automatic horse. Okay. Walking this way. So the way the kind of game works is once you've used one of the free items from the pawn shop, you're kind of done with it, so we should get new.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
So we don't need the flute anymore.
There's no reason to...
Would you mind if I traded this in?
Of course, Prince Alex. Please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks closely at the items on the counter to make his selection.
Let's do
I believe I'll take the tinderbox.
the tinderbox.
Very good, Prince Alex. Enjoy your tinderbox and bring it back anytime.
Thank you.
Exchange it for a... guns don't exist here. Magic wand. There's no magic wands either. We don't have one. We have a magic map and that's it.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Let's go back to the same
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
So let's look at
There
here
appears to be
again.
something...
So this is actually a puzzle. So we have to click R, I, S.
Huge blocks of stone erupt from the granite cliffs. Alexander stares with wonder. That's quite a way to welcome a guest, if indeed it is a welcome.
So these are the cliffs of copy protection. There are things on here that we can't beat unless we have the game manual.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Ah! Oh no, I stepped off. No. Oh my god, this is the worst. But still not as bad as the cliffs in King's Quest 3, I will say. Ah! Ah! Alright, I'm gonna save. Because we made it pretty far. Cliffs of copy protection.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Bum bum bum. I'm gonna save again.
Whoa, wait a minute.
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 Oh man. Ah. Whoa, wait a minute.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Okay, we're gonna save again.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Okay, a master of languages will blank blank blank. And you don't know what these letters mean unless you have the manual. So if you got to this point, you would die. Like you would click the wrong thing and you die. So what we need to do we need to hit this face, these squares, and this guy over here.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Alright, we're gonna save again. More cliffs of copy protection. Alright.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Okay.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Hello, Mike. Whoa, you're here for the best part of the best King's Quest game. Whoa, wait a minute.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Whoa. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay. Oh god. Save. The cliffs of copy protection. Oh, I wonder if there's a speed run of just this part of the game. Should I master that? Become the fastest Cliffs of Logic speedrunner?
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Okay, this is more copy protection, so we need to do 4, 1, 2.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
And we'll save again, we'll save again. No, don't delete my save. Okay. Ooh, I almost clicked the wrong thing. Alright, ready?
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute.
There's like a frame when he's standing up where you can get this done.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute, any percent?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Just have to do this for 20 more screens. This is peak gameplay. Alright, we're gonna save again. We're gonna save. Okay. This is too intense.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Okay, if you're quick, you can get this going. Alright.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
Okay, the Sacred Four. So we need more copy protection. We have the manual. This face. That worm. Air. And whatever that is. Right? Oh shoot. Oh, stream. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Automatic Horse. I thought I allowed Twitch links. I'm so sorry. Did I click all of them?
Nothing happens. Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
So we have... Is that...
Nothing happens.
It should not be timed out. I think Automatic Horse is just warned. Hold on. If you whisper me that link, I'll post it. I'm sorry, Automatic Horse. Okay, so what is happening here?
Alexander examines.
Sacred Four. Is this? Let's see. What am I not clicking? Ah. I thought I was clicking the right thing. Oh, okay. So this is the sorry. I'm looking at information. So this is the. Oh God, that's a terrible link. But this is the like page in the manual. So we need the sacred four, the Purity the unicorn. We need the symbol that represents Joy the dolphin, the color azure. Let me see. So we need sacred one. We're looking for tranquility, azure, caterpillar, and air. So let me look at this.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
So, albatross, dove. So the caterpillars, that one. Air is. Which one's air? Oh man, this is. Okay. Let me look. Ooh, crab. We can progress to crab. Okay, we need a dolphin. Dolphin's the face. Azure. Oh shoot, what were the four again? We needed azure, tranquility, caterpillar, and air. Azure, tranquility, caterpillar, and air. Azure, tranquility, caterpillar. Caterpillar is this guy. Which one is air? Lion, cow, love, intuition, perseverance, water, happiness, silver. One. Which one's air? Air is that guy. Tranquility. Which one represents tranquility? Tranquility. Color, happiness, grief. Represents fear, joy, hate, romantic love, loneliness, wisdom, honesty, cowardice, rage, purity, humility, irony, tranquility. Okay, it's the hat.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more steps emerge from the granite cliffs.
Okay. Alright. I had to use my brain there for a minute, so that's why it took so long. Now 19 more screens. Yep. Let's save. List of copy protection.
Whoa, wait a minute.
What is the fastest any percent whoa wait a minute for the King's Quest speedrun?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Do we need to invent whoa wait a minute percent?
Whoa, wait a minute.
13 minutes, 49 seconds? Dated 2 months ago? Oh, so it's still a competitive speedrun. I have a chance.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute.
Oh my god, we're not done yet.
Whoa, wait a minute.
The top 8 speedruns for this game were all done in the last 4 months? Interesting. Alright, let's save again.
Alexander examines the strange etchings in the face of the cliff.
All silent, cry, noble boulders. So we need to go A, S, C, E, N.
The stone beneath Alexander's feet trembles as more
Oh,
steps emerge from the
automatic
granite
course.
cliffs.
We're not even to the section that's padding. Just you wait. We'll save again.
Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute.
I think they wanted something that was, like, technically challenging. Like, it's a big deal that you're climbing this.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Like, you are the one person that has attempted this in whatever many years. I think they kind of wanted something that was, like, challenging, but also not, like, gameplay intense. Oh my god, calm down.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Because even in Space Quest, when they had, like, gameplay parts, they gave you the option to skip it. So I think they wanted something in King's Quest that was like that, but also not very, like, gameplay intense.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Because the main test is patience.
Whoa, wait a minute.
You can definitely fall. Oh, I was gonna give you guys one more.
Alexander
Whoa, wait a
finds
minute.
himself finally at the top of the cliffs. Exhausted, he steps over the lip of the
Mike,
plateau and
I'm
stands.
a pro gamer. I wouldn't fall down the cliffs with logic.
Why do you make such an effort to climb the cliffs, young man? The winged ones who live on this island have the power of flight. You could have it too, if you'd only eat a berry from this magical flying nightshade bush.
Oh, nightshade. That's safe. Flying grandma.
See? The sweet berries will make you float like a petal on the wind. Try some.
Eat all the berries. Oh yeah, we'll save. Totally safe berries.
All right. I'll try some of your berries.
They taste like burning.
Oh, goody. Eat quickly, dear boy, and I'll show you the way to the Lord and Lady of this isle.
What?
Slightly bitter, pretty one.
Tickets up. Next.
Could you
And then there's some
imagine?
land I have for sale in the death bogs of Tamir.
They're calling us an idiot because we took them. Could you imagine being a kid who finally got up the cliffs and then did that? Oh my god, that would ruin me. I'll just walk.
Come, stranger, trust me. Think of what I'm offering you.
I'll just do my cardio over here.
Young man, you offend me. I try to help you and you insist on being rude.
I'd never look at Grandma the same way again.
All right then, stay tied to the ground like a load of lead. See if I care. You human.
How odd. The old woman just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Perhaps those berries are even more powerful than she led Alexander to believe.
I like how the author is just like, oh, like, these people keep pooping into smoke. Okay, let's go this way. You want to disappear, eat some berries? Can we go in there? There we go.
Alexander crawls through the small opening in the rock. Alexander finds himself in a dark cave.
So, we would use the tinderbox.
There's no point in using an object on itself. Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Alright, now we can walk safely.
Dead end. Nothing that way. Alexander crawls through the opening in the rock. The lighting in this part of the cave is better. Alexander extinguishes the candle's flame and places it back in his pack.
We will grab whatever this is.
Alexander takes a few leaves from the plant. As he does so, a strong smell of peppermint is released.
Peppermint.
Ah.
We got some peppermint leaves, which totally aren't relevant to the story at all.
Alexander crawls back into the first room of the cave. Alexander can't see a thing.
And then back using the tinderbox.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it. Alexander crawls back through the passage to the top of the cliffs. There's
Look, an intruder. Hold! How did you get up here, human?
I love that voice.
Climbed the cliffs.
That is not possible. No one has solved the cliffs of logic in several centuries. And if the cliffs were to be solved, it would certainly not be by a human.
I didn't mean to trespass. I only wanted to visit this beautiful island.
Who else would have...
No visitors have been welcome on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain in years. Not since the Red and White Queens had spies in the guise of friendly visitors steal our island's sacred golden fleece. But we will not display such foolish trust again. You will have to answer to Lord Azure and Lady Ariel. They will determine what will be done with you. I can assure you, it will not be pleasant.
With what trickery did you master the cliffs of logic and reach the city of the Winged Ones?
Only the magic of clear thought, my lord.
And a
I meant no
walkthrough.
harm.
The cliffs of logic. It is the sacred oracle's prophecy, Azure.
Yes, Ariel. It is lucky for you, human, that climbing the cliffs of logic is part of a prophecy that I cannot ignore. We have just been ordered by Wazir Al-Hazred himself to dispose of any strangers that might land on our fair isle. But the prophecy would have a different fate befall you.
The prophecy predicts that whosoever climbs the cliffs of logic will defeat the Minotaur. The Minotaur has violated our sacred catacombs and eats our young in sacrifice. Our own daughter, Lady Celeste, was taken there only this morning as his most recently demanded offering.
Minotaur.
A dilemma, then. Whom shall I obey in regards to your fate? The Oracle or the Crown? But since Al-Hazred did not dictate how I was to dispose of intruders, and since you cannot possibly survive the catacombs, your imprisonment there should serve both purposes quite admirably.
I will not resist you in this, my lord. I shall do my best to save your daughter.
First, I must tell you that the catacombs are a labyrinth of rooms, a place of exceeding danger. You will need many tools and clear wits to survive it.
I am ready.
Very well. My guards will take you there now. You seem courageous enough, but the catacombs will determine how brave you really are.
Saying, they literally have flying armed guards. Alright, guys,
Why did
we
you
just
tell
have to-
Lord Azure you were ready and willing to face the catacombs? No one is ever ready, and only a fool could be willing.
And you are far wiser, I suppose, to leave a maiden to die? To not fight this plague on your own people?
Bravery and suicide are two different things, human. You will have a chance to renounce your choice soon enough, when you lay trembling under the Minotaur's hooves.
We shall see. Thanks for the escort.
We only escort you to your death. May the fates make it quick so that you do not have to scream long.
Okay.
The catacomb's entrance door is locked from the outside by the Winged One's guards. It seems that leaving the catacombs by that door is not an option.
So are we ready for a labyrinth? Okay. We're gonna save. Totally safe. Maze. Alright. So we don't have 6 months to plot out this labyrinth. I'm using a walkthrough. So we need to go north. North. Also, thank God that this doesn't change perspective like in King's Quest 5. Oh, that one was terrible. That hurt my brain. So we need this guy.
Alexander picks up the skull.
We got the skull. Now we go south. Little rat. South. West. East. North. Now west again. Okay, this is definitely gonna kill me. So let's do totally safe death room. Go north. Oh, we have to only step on the roses? Okay. Okay, we did it. That was nerve-wracking. Okay. Okay, so now we went. And then let's go this way. Take the shield.
Alexander takes the shield from the wall. The door...
North. North again. And then north a third time. Oh god, no. That way. This way. This way's north. Could you just imagine the kid in the pile of scrap paper and very, very angry parents? I definitely could.
Alexander finds 2 coins on the skeleton's eyes. He takes the old coins.
Okay, we stole from a corpse. You remember doing that so many times. Oh, yeah.
It's a trap. The doors have sealed Alexander inside. And the ceiling is coming down.
Oh, no. This is kind of neat perspective. Brick.
In a desperate move, Alexander throws a brick into the grinding gears.
Yeah.
The brick is caught between 2 cogs. The gears shriek and shudder. The mechanism grinds to a halt. The ceiling is stuck. The trap...
Okay. Oh, we lived. I clicked through it. I'm sorry. Oh.
Alexander hears the distant sounds of a wild animal somewhere in the maze of rooms.
Okay, saving. Totally safe. Death. Everything. Thank you, automatic course. More.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Sounds!
Alexander seems to have fallen to a lower level of the catacombs. Wherever he is, the place sure is dark. Alexander can't even see his hand in front of his face.
You're supposed to find the second level. And then we're gonna use... Zounds, my legs are broken.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Alexander lights the
Yay.
extinguished torch and puts his tinderbox away.
Now we go this way. Okay, west. West 1, this is the second west. Third west.
Alexander hears a low growling, so faint as to seem born of his fired imagination rather than of any living creature.
Oh, shoot. What west was that? I think I needed to go to this one? Can I go this way?
Somewhere, far.
Okay, that's not... Okay, so I have to go this way. Can I... Did I mess up? I can't go south. Hello, hi David Alexander. Yeah, just one more to go after this one. Okay, I guess that was the only way we could go. I think I'm lost. Yep, I'm lost. I went the wrong way at some point. Totally death, everything. Okay, that. We just did the brick ones. Now I go north. And then I go east. Yeah, time to get out the pencil and paper. Or restore the save. Sounds, my legs.
Sounds! A trap floor!
Alexander swore.
Tinder box.
Alexander takes the candle from his tinderbox and uses the flint in the box to light it.
Aha! So that's why it's dark in here. A torch is out.
Torch. Alright, so
Alexander lights the...
Okay, I gotta count the west. So, 1, 2, 3. I really cannot lose count. 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, that was the right number of wests. South, south. To be fair, that was a death trap where he tried to make us swim.
Alexander hears the sound of a wild beast again. This time, so loud that the creature itself seems to be in the same room with him. The noises are coming from the other side of the east wall.
So, we will now use our hole in the wall
Alexander puts the hole in the wall on the east wall. The hole in the wall trembles slightly with dread at the clammy feeling of the stones.
Oh, I'm sorry, hole in the wall.
Alexander peers through the hole in the wall and sees just another room in the catacombs.
Ah!
Aha! Not just another room at all. So that's why Alexander couldn't find the Minotaur's lair. At least Alexander now knows the lair exists, somewhere in the maze on the other side of this wall.
No, my friend.
While Alexander contemplates what he's just seen, the hole in the wall, frightened by the Minotaur, makes a run for it. Alexander hopes the little creature finds its way home to the Isle of Wonder.
What? I feel bad. Just here now. Okay, so oh, save. Good thing it wasn't the Minotaur in the toilet or something. Okay. Find that room. Okay. West. Take my whole desk. 1, 2, 3rd west. South. I have to concentrate so much to not get lost. Going south again. East. Concentrating very hard to not lose base. South again. East. East. North. Man, how long did this take you when you were a kid, Mike? How long did this take for you to solve by yourself? I cannot imagine. You don't even remember? You've like blanked the experience from your brain because it was so traumatic. Fine. Found them. Saved. A couple of weeks.
This tapestry looks familiar. Now let's see. I don't feel anything. Aha! A hidden latch.
Alexander triggers the little latch. A secret door rolls open.
Alright, we saved. Let's go find that Minotaur.
No! I beg of you! Please don't hurt me!
Your struggles are useless.
It's the Minotaur,
Oh,
and he's struggling with a winged one's girl.
Couldn't find a
She
better
must
voice
be
actor.
Lady Celeste. Alexander steps further into the room. The movement catches Lady Celeste's eye. She screams for help.
You there! Human! Help me! Help!
Who dares enter my lair?
I ask you to release your captive or suffer the consequences.
Never. You die, human.
Why
As
do
the
you sound
Minotaur
like that?
advances in attack,
I have laryngitis.
Alexander slowly backs away. Until he can back away no more.
Now where to, little man?
Yeah, they waited until one of the programmers had laryngitis. They were like, oh, you can record the Minotaur line. I think I want to use the red scarf.
Alexander, his back inches from the fiery pit, tempts the Minotaur with the Red Queen's scarf.
Look here, you bully. Nice, bright red.
Red. Now you die.
The Minotaur
dead.
drops from sight amidst the consuming flames. Slowly, his scream fades as well.
Have you been harmed, Lady Celeste? Are you all right?
No, I am not all right. I assume you do not intend to leave me tied up on this vile monstrosity.
She's so mean.
Of course not. Sorry. Let's see. If you'll give me a moment, I'll have these untied in no time.
I can't wait that long. Look, I wear a small dagger just inside my belt. It should be enough to cut the rope.
Oh, all right. I've got it, Lady Celeste. Here we go.
Thank you. You may keep the dagger as a gift for saving my life.
That's very generous.
Forget it. Do you mind if we just get out of here now?
Okay. Alright, we're not romancing her. I mean, this is definitely not OSHA approved.
The Winged One's guards, bored with the pointless waiting, are startled by the sound of rock moving against rock.
Lady Celeste, quite thee well?
I'm quite well, thanks to the bravery of a mere human. So much for your superior intellects.
Yes, milady.
Now bring him along. I'm going home.
Oh, I didn't like that evil crow.
I see you have proven yourself the hero of the prophecy. Well, I am expected to thank you for saving my daughter's life, so I thank you. I am obliged to thank you for the restoration of our sacred catacombs. It means much to our people. We have already begun the process of clearing the deadly traps from its rooms. It is also my duty to grant you a visit with the Oracle, so this I do. I will grant you the freedom to leave here unharmed, despite my orders to the contrary from the Crown. But there, my obligations to you end. I have no love for Alhazred, but he is my liege, and if Princess Cassima trusts him and wishes to wed him, my guards will take you to the Oracle now. When your time with her is through, I want you to leave the city of the Winged Ones and never return. I don't know who you are or what you want here, but I will not disobey my crown further.
I thank you, Lord Azure. I will respect your wishes.
This is quite a... He's sitting with his legs really far apart for a man in like a skirt or a dress.
Hail to thee, great oracle. Lord Azure sends you this wingless mail. It appears that he solved the cliffs of logic and...
defeated the Minotaur in his lair.
She's an oracle.
So
She knows
I
what
have
happened.
seen. So this is the one that haunts my pool of late. Welcome, young seeker. What knowledge do you desire?
Princess Cassima, whatever you can tell me, great oracle.
Ah, of course, the princess. That explains my images. Let us see what we can see. I see a maiden, lovely and pure, but surrounded by evil. She's a rose set amidst bitter thorns. It is her fate to be the pawn of dark powers, and yours to try to redeem her.
Yeah, redemption arc.
How? How do I redeem her?
Fate is not like the cut of a blade, young one, but rather like the myriad of paths formed when a hammer cracks ice. I will tell you what I can. But what will actually come to pass is up to you. I see that any attempt to reach the girl will force you into battle, a struggle against a dark force. If you lose, your life will be forfeit.
Who must I fight?
A great darkness surrounds your adversary, preventing me from seeing clearly. I can only make out the shape of a black cloak. But before this final struggle, I see an infiltration, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in corridors filled with enemies. The risks are high, but it is the only way to reach the one you seek. There is more than one way into this place. Your choice will dictate much.
What else do you see, mighty Oracle?
Oh, such pain. I see two restless spirits crying out for revenge. These shades could help you destroy the dark force if they were to be brought back from their spiritual form. Yet this is only one possible path to your destiny. I'm afraid this is getting beyond me. I know very little about the afterlife. I can only advise getting counsel from the druids. Be warned. The druids are reclusive and dangerous. They might aid you, or they might destroy you. Like their island, the druid's nature is hidden in the mists. There is nothing more I can do for you, except to give you this. It is water from the sacred pool.
It's bong
That
water.
and my blessing go with you.
Thank you, great Oracle.
Alright, bye. Oh god, we're gonna save, so we never have to do that part again. Sacred bong water. So, oh god. Look at our map.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Ooh, the Isle of the Mist.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation. From the northeast come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
Oh, drums and chanting, that's always good.
From the east come the sounds of mysterious drums and chanting.
I wish I had a map like that. I feel like going to Paris for breakfast.
Alexander reaches into the fire pit and takes a lump of coal. Alexander takes the
Oh, it's
scythe.
a bear skin. Okay. Chanting's never good, so I don't want to follow the chanting.
From the northeast come the sounds of
Okay, so we have some coal, so we can give that to the queen.
Alexander pulls
the
out
Isle
his
of Wonder.
magic map.
Yeah, Isle of
Alexander
Wonder.
feels a strange pulling sensation.
And that was this.
There's no...
Nope, that was this way. Oh, it's our boy, Rotten Tomato. Hi, Bump on a Log. I miss you. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Don't go. There's something on the table. No! Oh, he just opens those doors, huh?
Your Highness may as well spend her royal time contemplating something else.
No, it's
Yeah,
Okay.
you. Oh.
Oh, it's you!
They're fighting. We have coal.
I found the two of you another lump of coal so that you can stop fighting over the one you have.
Oh, let me see. A lump of coal. And what a beauty it is, too. Oh, marvelous. Now we can stop fighting, sister. Your Highness can just keep the old lump of coal, and I'll take this new one.
Quite right. That settles everything.
Yeah.
As a token of our endless esteem and royal favor, please accept this magnificent and truly incredible spoiled egg.
Thanks.
Let me see that lump of coal, Your Highness.
It is a beauty, isn't it?
Why, it's bigger than my lump of coal. Let me have it immediately.
Over my dead body, Your Highness. It's my lump of coal, and it is indeed larger and much grander. Just look at that sheen.
I demand you exchange with me immediately.
Well, I guess they're just never gonna stop fighting. We have an egg now. We're rich. Oh wait, oh stop. We
Those snapdragons.
there we go.
Alexander picks up the bottle. The little bottle contains some sort of potion and bears a label saying, "Drink me." That's rather forward of it.
Oh, it's a bottle in the Isle of Wonder that says "Drink me." What could go wrong? Magic map time.
Alexander
Let's do Isle of the Beast.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Ooh, it's been a while since we saved. The Beast. Oh, Bunny. Hi, Bunny. So we don't want to get shot with an arrow. So we'll use the shield. I have a lot of stuff in my pants.
That would serve. Alexander
Okay.
The magic arrow completely shatters the shield. Good thing the arrow didn't hit Alexander. Alexander walks forward to step onto the gazebo. But the rose hedges on either side of the path, sensing an intruder's presence, reach out their vines and blend together. The path is blocked.
Okay. And we have the scythe.
Using that on the wall would not... Alexander wields the scythe, determined to get past the magical rose hedges. The leaves fly as Alexander tries to cut the branches faster than they can grow back together. He sees light.
Man, we're going at it.
He's through.
Who dares enter Beast's garden?
My name is Alexander. I didn't mean to disturb your private garden.
No. And yet, monsieur, you could hardly have accidentally broken through the 3 enchanted traps of the Isle of the Beast.
Do you think this is the same guy that did the Minotaur voice?
I suppose it is simply my nature to break through enchanted traps.
Yep.
You must be a prince, then. I know the nature of princes all too well. This face you see before you is hideous, is it not?
No.
Well, for the face of a beast, it is really quite noble.
Thank you.
Ha! I'm glad you like it, for you will soon own one just like it.
No.
I too was once a pretty prince, caring for nothing but adventuring and rescuing fair maidens. But I rankled one too many evil hags. One dark night, I was turned into this obscenity you see before you, warped in shape and trapped on this enchanted island over 100 years ago.
Surely there is a way off this island.
Oh, surely. You broke in, did you not? And yet think, where would I go clad so eloquently as I am with this silk and this pelt? You see, my prison is also my sanctuary. You are the first to break through the barriers in lo these many years. That is, except for the druids who stole my heirloom coat of arms.
If there's any way I can help.
Help? You? I'm afraid you don't understand. The enchanted barriers were a warning and protection for you more than for me. Your prize for forcing your way past them is to join me in this dire life. By the laws of this sorcery, you are doomed to be trapped in the form of a beast. Your reward for broaching this garden is to be my slave. A slave as beastly as I am. You have only a few hours of humanity left.
But that's not possible. There must be some way to break the enchantment. Spells always have a weakness somewhere.
The enchantment you are under is tied to my own. Oh, the sorceress left me a way out. But I'm afraid it was only her final bitter joke. You see, I need only find a maiden to join me here, to share my castle, my life, willingly. Take another look at me. You can't help but admire the hag's terrible cruelty and cunning.
There could be some blind girls
I
on
shall
the
try
island.
to find such a maid, for Casima's sake.
Truly? How determined of you. I personally would not waste my last few hours as a man on an impossible errand. However, you may do as you please. I give you this token. It's my family ring, and the only heirloom I have left. If perchance you should... if you think you have found a maid...
I shall give her this ring.
Yes, she must accept it of her own free will. By doing so, she accepts me. Not that you shall find anyone, mind you. Your time is short. Count the minutes on your fingers while your fingers you have, pretty prince. Your master will await you.
Why would you say it? Why would you say it like that? Okay, we're gonna save. God, what funny? Be funny. Time running out. That's not very funny, but it gets the point across. Let's go. Isn't the voice actor who is Prince Alexander, wasn't he the prince from Beauty and the Beast, if I remember correctly? Which is like kind of funny that there's a Beauty and the Beast story happening. Oh, thank God. Okay, it just crashed. Oh, we just saved. Okay, that's good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Is it? Is it fine? Hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's try that again. There we go. We did it. Okay, we got the game up and running again. All right. All right, let's do restore. Time's running out. Thank goodness we just saved. I love the little bunny. I like the bunny. All right, don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Don't crash. Come on, computer. I know you can process this. Okay. Whew.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
I'm at work now. Robbie Benson played Prince Alexander. He also played the Beast in the 2002 Beauty and the Beast read-along. Oh. Oh, so he wasn't the prince in the original Disney movie, but he was like in everything else when they couldn't get the original actor? That's interesting.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
That's kind of funny. That like he's like the off-brand beast. Oh yeah, we're blowing through this game. Oh, he was too?
Good day,
Okay.
Prince Alexander.
Where's my flute? Oh no, the tinderbox.
The pawn shop is already...
Would you mind if I traded this in?
I guess I do
Of
hear
course,
it.
Prince
I do
Alex,
hear it.
please choose something in exchange for the items on the counter.
Alexander looks
The three
closely at the
lines he
items
has
on the
as a
counter to
human.
make his selection.
Let's get the paintbrush.
I think I'd like the painter's brush.
Very good, Prince Alex. The painter's brush it is. May your painting go well. Feel free to bring back the brush at any time.
Thank you.
I like this buff bear.
Alexander...
That bear's been working out. I noticed. Okay, so she's here. Hey lady I've never met. You wanna marry some guy?
Good day, maid. My name is Alexander. How do you do?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Oh, shoot. I forgot to grab a rose. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay, I need a rose or she won't talk to me.
Alexander takes a... to take...
Forgot about that. Sorry. Walk faster.
Alexander pulls...
Okay. I love crown. I love crown.
Alexander
Okay.
feels a strange...
Strange pulling sensation. We know. Do you think I should change one of my stream alerts to, whoa, wait a minute. That'd be pretty funny. No one would get it. Well, most people wouldn't get it, but still, it's funny to me. That's what matters.
Good day, Prince Alexander.
Tinderbox. Back to the guy with the silky smooth voice.
Would you mind if I traded this?
Of course.
Alexander...
I believe I...
Dang it, I took the
Very
tinderbox.
good, Prince.
Thank you. Would you...
Of course.
Alexander...
I think I'd like the paint. Thank you.
Punch. Okay. Alright, now talk to me.
Good day, maid. My name is Alexander. How do you do?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to talk to strangers.
Okay, so... we will give her the rose.
Pardon me, maid. I hope you don't think me forward, but I see that you like roses. I thought you might, perhaps, like a fresh white rose.
Alexander can see the conflict in the girl's pretty face as she fights between her distrust of him and her desire for the white rose. The rose wins.
Oh, I shouldn't, sir, but it is so lovely. I've never seen a rose of white. It looks so pale and delicate. Wherever did you find one of such a color?
Follow me.
There are many hedges of them on the Isle of the Beast, and they grow together like magic.
Oh, truly? What an adventure that must be to see them. But I should not speak so, especially to a stranger. Thank you for the rose, though, kind sir.
Okay, so now we will show her the ring.
Alexander has a thought about the serving girl. He decides to bring up the subject of beast with her.
Let me tell you about the place where the white roses grow. The Isle of the Beast is an enchanted place. There's a path running through a deep forest.
She's just a shy woman.
The path crosses 3 magic blockades, set to keep all visitors away. At the center lives a tremendous beast.
Really? Magic blockades? How exciting! What kind of a beast? Is it very terrifying and ferocious?
It is a beast that walks on 2 legs and dresses like a prince. It speaks with the voice of a man.
A beast that talks and wears clothes? How is that possible? Is the beast magic too?
Not magical. Enchanted.
We also don't have that much time.
Beast was once a prince, but a witch trapped him in the form of a beast and set him on the island. There he lives in a castle in the midst of a maze.
How terrible! Imagine how lonely he must be.
It is a very lonely prospect, isn't it? Oh, I have met him, you see. He is indeed ferocious, but who would not be?
He really exists? Oh, how it breaks my heart.
Also, we don't have much time.
If I could, I would tend to such a beast. Such a beast might find comfort in a kind face. Do you not think it so?
Oh, I think it's so.
Now hurry up.
I
Go.
very much think it's so. You would not be afraid of him?
Afraid? Maybe at first. But how silly of me to speak so. The roses in this little yard are the only magic I will ever see.
I could take you there. In fact, I would owe you my life if you would go. If you truly wish to go.
You are serious? I could leave here? Oh, I have always dreamt of leaving, but to actually go. This is the only home I have ever known.
Home is a hard place to leave, even if you're unhappy there.
But I will go. If I can help him, I must go.
Is there nothing you wish to take with you?
There is nothing.
Then take this ring. It is his. He will be pleased if you would wear it.
Why, it's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Thank you kindly, sir.
Beauty! Where do you think you're going?
To a place where roses grow, and to someone who truly needs me.
Oh, thank God.
I see you wear my ring. You willingly agreed to spend your life here with me? Do you know what that means?
No.
Yes, my lord, I do. I have been touched by your story.
Pity alone need not sentence you to endure this face.
Oh, but it is a gentle face, and kind.
You look at me so sweetly and are not repulsed. Oh, by the light of your eyes, my spirit soars. The enchantment! It is broken!
I am pleased to have served you, my lord. Do you still wish me to stay?
What? Speak not such nonsense, Beauty. Do you think that I learned nothing of true love during my time here?
Oh, right, he's 100 years old.
You are my queen.
Oh, my clothes! This gown!
How well it suits your noble heart.
I didn't like those eyebrows.
Alexander, how can I ever repay you? I have nothing to offer except my gratitude. But please, take these old clothes. Perhaps you'll find someone in need during your travels.
You have already repaid me by your example of courage, Beauty. And by your friendship, I hope.
You will always have our friendship and loyalty, Prince Alexander. But from a fellow
I don't like the
adventurer,
eyebrows.
take some
I don't like
advice.
the eyebrows.
If you find your true love, protect her with your life. Fear all beasts without the redeeming humanity of love. And to aid you, accept my mirror. Now that my life is no longer hung in false shadows, I have no need for it. Give it to someone with nothing to fear from the truth it reveals.
Thank you. I wish you both well.
Come, Beauty. Let me take you home.
I don't like the eyebrows. Also, evil ferret. And we need another rose.
Alexander takes a magnificent white rose from the rose hedges.
Alright, let's save, just in case. We'll call this Love, True Love. Oh no, I also needed something over there. Hold on. We needed falling water. And this is falling water.
The lamp is not ready for the fountain water.
Oh, so I need the sacred water then. Fresh clothes.
Alexander examines. Alexander
we go.
pours the contents of the oracle's vial into the hunter's lamp with the
Sacred
baby's
water.
tears. The vial, now empty of its sacred fluid, disintegrates.
Now, there we go.
Alexander fills the hunter's lamp to the brim with the fountain water.
So, Alexander's making a bomb, dude. Look.
Alexander is Alexander opens the book.
2 dulcimers raised...
Oh, that was the boring book. That was the boring book, not the spell book.
Phew, what an...
Ah, here's the spell book. Magic paint spell. Alright, so we have the salt water, sacred water, and falling water all in there, so we'll cast
Alexander prepares to enchant the hunter's lamp with the Make Rain spell incantation.
Clouds of thunder, shafts of light. Come and sup with me tonight. Waters 3 have I for tea. Brew a tempest now for me.
I like how this is like a nice bookend to King's Quest 3, where people kind of didn't like the spell casting and they kind of kept it, but it's more tolerable and ages
The lamp
better.
in Alexander's hand gives a little perk. He hopes the spell works despite his makeshift teapot.
So we're gonna save. Yeah, we'll save. We'll save over that. And I have another rose, correct? Yes, I do. All right, so we're good. We can go on to the next part. Alright, so let's go back to the Isle of the Crown.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
Isle of
Alexander
Crown.
feels a strange pulling sensation.
Okay. So we have a nice little rose. That's something the bird...
There's no reason to use the path as well.
There we go.
Alexander holds out the rose, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance that the receiver might truly be Cosima. The nightingale swoops down, grabs the rose, and takes it towards the castle.
Alright. Go Sing Sing. Little crown for Sing Sing.
A white rose. How beautiful. It must be from Alexander. How I wish that I could see him with my own eyes, but Abdul will never allow it. Be careful, Sing Sing. Do not allow anyone to see you with Alexander.
The little bird returns to her branch without the rose.
And then let's try... Is this the poetry?
Alexander has a love poem from
Yep.
a book in the bookshop.
Poetry.
Alexander doesn't want to disturb the old...
There we go.
Alexander holds out the love poem, hoping that the bird will deliver it to the same place she took the ring, in the chance that the receiver might truly be Cosima. The nightingale swoops down, grabs the love poem, and takes it towards the castle.
And Sing Sing gets another crown.
Sing Sing, my sweet. You bring another present. Let me see. It is a poem, Sing Sing.
What was it when I looked at you? What power has chained me through and through, and binds my heart with links so tight, I cannot live without the sight
All
of
right.
you.
When we're done with this dialogue,
Oh, Alexander.
I'll do that redeem.
I was hoping he'd return to you. Take this to him, my fleet one, then find some new place to hide. It isn't safe for him to be seen with you, however precious his messages. Now go.
Oh, I dropped a letter.
The little bird makes a delivery.
All right. Well, for Sing Sing being such a good helper. Thank you for
It's
your
a
redeem.
note.
Dearest Alexander, I cannot believe you are here, my friend. Please, please be careful. Abdul isn't about to let anyone interfere with his plans. Watch out for Abdul's genie, Alexander, and do not do anything rash. I am not without resources, and I will prevail if I can only find some small means of defense. Do nothing to try to get to me. You must not be endangered again for my sake. Greatly in your family's debt, Cosima.
She called us a friend. That's bad, right?
Alexander's hand trembles as he reads the note. For the first time in his long search, he has heard her voice again, if only in writing. No words of love, only friendly concern. Friend. Is the maiden merely shy, or does she regard him only as a brother?
I sent her the love poem. Alright, let's save. We'll call it please respond. Please respond. Alright, so the genie is bad, so let's do
Good day, Prince Alexander.
we touchdown, friend zone. So, the genie is bad news.
Alexander suddenly gets
So
a
we have to make
very
him think we're
sneaky
dead.
idea.
I can't go on anymore. Without Cosima, I'd just rather not live.
Prince Alex, no!
It's true. The Wazir has beaten me. I give up. Poison is my last resort.
Stop.
I am no more.
Alexander's trying to get his Oscar. And the buff bear in the
What
background.
a waste. The poor young fool.
He's dead. He's dead. Wait until Abdul hears. He'll be so pleased.
It's dancing. Don't dance. Seconds later, in the castle.
I told you not to pop in like that.
Okay.
You can learn to knock like everybody else.
Have to remember what this looks like.
Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. I have great news.
Well, what is it?
Prince Alexander is dead. He killed himself in despair over losing Cosima.
What? Are you positive? That young man has proven to be most devious.
I saw the whole thing myself, Master. He was really and truly quite dead.
If what you say is true, it shall be most convenient. You've spent enough time on that little irritant. We must start thinking about the wedding.
Anything, Master. Oh, I do love weddings.
Well, we do want you to look your prettiest, don't we? Now, Shamir Shamazel, to the lamp with you. Prepare yourself, as we discussed.
Uh-oh. Okay, that's what his lamp looked like. Gotta remember that.
Alexander's heart lurches to life in his chest.
Prince Alex! But you were...
Sorry, friend. I was doing a little acting, I'm afraid.
Ah, of course, the strange cloaked man.
Oh.
You are quite clever, and a bit too exciting for an old man.
There you go. I marked it. I marked it complete. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, it went through. I did it. Did it not hear it? Cool death.
Hello. I will be right up. Now.
Okay. So now we have everything we need to get to the Isle of the Mists. We're ready. I think we're ready for that part.
Alexander searches through Beauty's clothes, but finds nothing.
Rude. Okay.
Alexander pulls out his magic...
Alright, Isle of the Mists.
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Take a drink.
Great gods. Did you see that? The man just appeared from nowhere.
Perhaps he was sent by the spirits. I see no boat.
He is an intruder, no matter how he got here. Grab him!
No. Ah.
Not again. Look, I'll leave. It's no problem.
I think not. Let's go.
Oh, these guys can't fly though. This is gonna be a while.
Alexander is frozen at the spectacle before him. Robed figures are gathered around a bonfire. Some mystical ceremony is taking place, but as to its purpose, Alexander has no clue.
We found a trespasser on the beach, Archdruid.
Uh-oh. Archdruid. Now what has Alexander wandered into?
I definitely remember that voice actor.
This must be the foreigner we were warned about. How appropriate that he should come during our rain festival. Place him in the sacrificial cage.
Oh, that's not good.
Wait! I must rescue the princess!
There's an ancient druid saying, a man who would save others must first save himself.
Alexander is pushed into the confining wicker cage.
Oh no.
And the cage is swung out over the bonfire.
Okay, okay.
Alexander starts to feel a little... The bottom of the cage is getting uncomfortably hot. This cage is really hot. Fire in the cage.
Oh god.
Alexander pulls out Beauty's old slave clothes, desperate to beat out the flames.
Oh, I didn't have to do anything. It just
The
did that
flame is
automatically.
extinguished, but the clothes themselves
Oh, God,
burn
okay.
to cinders. Alexander won't be able to keep the cage from igniting for long. The heat and movement must have jarred something. Something that Alexander's carrying is starting to jiggle around.
What?
Egad, something's really percolating. The water in Alexander's lamp is hot. It's just about... boiling. Alexander feels a drop. It starts to rain.
That man is a powerful nature wizard. By the sacred oak, let him down!
Oh, they didn't want to
I must
animate the
apologize
thunderstorm.
for our rude welcoming committee. We've been feeling inhospitable ever since the winged ones stole our sacred miniature oak tree. Besides, Wizir Al-Hazred sent a message that we were to watch out for a highly dangerous foreign assassin.
It's me.
I assume you are the one he meant.
I'm sure I'm precisely who he meant. I assure you, I mean to harm no one, unless that person threatens the princess. I'm sorry to have disrupted your ceremony, but I'm running out of time.
What is it that you seek?
The Oracle on the Isle of the Sacred Mountain told me I should speak to you about the realm of the dead. She told me of 2 souls in unrest there that I might be able to free.
Free souls in the realm of the dead? You're mad!
The souls might be able to help me on my mission to save the princess. It's imperative that I do everything I can. The risks are not important.
No. And yet getting yourself killed will hardly help the princess. But I will tell you what I know.
Okay.
Legend has it that it is the right of any human to challenge the Lord of the Dead in order to save his own life or the life of another already past. But the knowledge of how to do this was lost centuries ago. I have only heard of one who tried it, a young knight who came to the land of the Green Isles from a distant land long ago. According to the story, he was determined to challenge the Lord of the Dead for the soul of his dead lover. It is said that he tamed the Lord of the Dead's horse, a black-winged, demon-hearted beast named Nightmare. Nightmare sometimes flies to the human world to feed on certain noxious plants. Those unfortunate enough to see her are glad to escape with their very souls intact. Somehow the knight captured Nightmare and rode off on her back, supposedly to the realm of the dead. But neither the knight nor his lover ever returned. If there was a means for challenge, it was lost with the night.
I see. Can you tell me anything about the Lord of the Dead?
That is a blacker matter still. To the druids, he is Samhain, lord of coldness and despair. Samhain was once a man like you or I, but he insulted the gods and was sentenced to rule the underworld.
Whoa.
Immortal he is and mateless. Robbed of sleep, robbed of movement, robbed of companionship. It is said that he hates all mortals even more for the mortality that he lost. That is all I know.
Interesting. I shall remember.
Okay.
Now look how the oak embers of our bonfire still glow hot despite the rain. If you're bent on your course, you'll need courage that's just as impervious to the chill. May your luck last longer than your storm, brave one.
May it indeed. Thank you, Archdruid.
So, we need to find Nightmare, which means we need to put some coals in this skull, which is pretty cool.
Alexander scoops up some of the red-hot embers in the ancient human skull.
I'm gonna... Ooh, ooh. Alright, save. Spooky skull. Spooky skull. Spooky skull. So we know where there's poisonous berries.
Alexander puts the strand of hair into the skull.
And then the egg, too. Nope. It's the wrong thing. Egg.
Alexander cracks the spoiled egg and dumps it into the skull containing the embers and the strand of hair. The spoiled egg hisses as it makes contact with the hot embers. Zounds, the steam. Phew, the smell of sulfur. The incantation would do little good without a creature of the night to charm.
So we need to find the nightmare.
Alexander pulls out his magic map.
So that was at... Aren't owls?
Alexander feels a strange pulling sensation.
Well, we need to find a different creature of the night. Okay, are they gonna make us do this again?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Just one more whoa, wait a minute for my boys. Oh, I'm a pro with this now. Okay. Nightmare.
Alexander arrives at the top of the cliffs, somewhat winded after his long but uneventful climb.
So now we use the spell. Dang it. Clicked the wrong thing.
Alexander solemnly speaks the incantation over the skull.
Creature of night, to me succumb. Fire and brimstone leave thee numb. Purity bind thee like a chain, to do whate'er I now ordain.
Nightmare flares her nostrils at the scent of the fire and brimstone.
It's doing like the cartoon thing
That's
with
it.
a pie.
Come on, I need passage to your homeland, fiery one.
Unable to resist the power of the enchanted smell, Nightmare approaches Alexander. Her eyes appear glassy and sightless. In her hypnotized state, she is unaware of the humans so close to her flank, or of anything at all except that marvelous smell.
Now ride!
Aww. Look at the hair.
Nightmare deposits Alexander on a strange, cold world. And some of the inhabitants don't look too friendly.
Oh god, oh god. I probably definitely don't want to touch the spooky skeletons. Yeah. My little nightmare.
Who are you, grieving spirits?
I am Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles.
Oh,
and
what a
this beloved
coincidence.
spirit is my husband, King Caliphan. We were murdered in our beds by our trusted vizier. Like a viper, he snuck in during the night and stabbed us in our sleep. Now my husband's soul is broken, and he will not speak.
Then you are the ones I seek. Are you not the parents of Princess Cosima?
Our daughter! Have you news of the princess?
I know that she is alive and safely back in her kingdom after being rescued from Mordak. But I'm afraid I have not personally seen her. Alhazred is keeping her in her room in mourning for you.
I am glad to hear of her return, but she will not be safe alone with that devil. Oh, that we could be there to protect her.
Oh.
Cosima.
Oh.
How I fail thee.
My poor husband will never rest while our murder goes unavenged and our daughter is in danger.
I came to take you back with me. Your people are still loyal to you. They need to know about the Vizier. Cosima needs you too.
But this is the realm of the dead. We cannot leave it. Nor, for that matter, can you. The only one who might be able to return us all to the land of the living is the Lord of the Dead. But he would never help us. He has no mercy.
I might be able to convince him. I must try.
No one's ever done
Then
it,
take
but
this.
I could probably do it.
It is my ticket to the underworld. There you will find the Lord of the Dead. I cannot use the ticket as long as I'm chained here. And if we cannot be avenged, I will never be unchained.
Thank you. Perhaps it will save us all.
Alright,
Be careful, young man. If you can ease my husband's torment and help our daughter, we will be most grateful.
I will do.
Okay, we'll be helpful. Save my little nightmare. Ghosts. There we go.
Why do you not rest, sad spirit?
Rest? I cannot rest. My son is lost.
Oh.
Lost? You mean in this realm?
No. His spirit is stuck in the land of the living, probably looking for me. But I cannot leave to go show him the way. My poor Ali.
Is there anything I can do?
Take this handkerchief. If you get back to the land of the living and find him, tell him that his mother is waiting for him here. By this kiss, he'll be able to find his way to the realm of the dead.
I'll do my best to find him.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my Ali.
Whoa. She exploded. Oh, the pirate.
The skeleton to the left of the path hands something to the spirits that approach the underworld entrance.
Ticket, please. Next.
That's so cool. I'm gonna save. Tickets up. Okay. Alright. Oh.
Might I get one of those tickets?
The skeleton with the tickets must not approve of Alexander's less than ghostly looks. He refuses to give him a pass.
So I think we gotta click this.
Alexander picks up the 2 bones on the ground. Now what do these bones remind him of?
Ah, yes. Now I remember.
The skeletons are overcome with the musical call of the bones. They begin to jiggle, then to dance.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, that was loud.
Alexander finishes his tune, and the skeletons resume their posts. Despite their frolic, they don't seem any friendlier.
It was worth it. It was totally worth however many bites that took.
Alexander picks up the skeleton key.
Alright, that's pretty good. The bone zone. Is this our ticket?
The ghostly ticket reads,
Yep.
Admit 1.
I have a ticket.
Go on. Next.
Who's this fella? Whoa.
Apparently, Alexander's not the only one who's curious about the body on the path. Alexander takes the knight's black gauntlet and examines the writing on it. Flesh may cross the portal and seek its master, death. Flesh may go where death is trod, and challenge, like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod to spare a mortal's breath. Zounds, that sounds serious.
The gauntlet is how we challenge death. So we need river Styx water.
Alexander scoops a little of the river Styx into the teacup with the swamp ooze, being careful not to get any of the black water on his skin.
And then we need to give Charon coins so we can go on the ride.
Will these coins do as fare for passage?
Charon accepts the fare and waves Alexander onto the boat.
Oh, this looks so cool. I'm gonna keep saving.
Alexander reaches out to open the gate. Suddenly, the wood trembles beneath his fingertips.
What touch has awakened my sleep? I smell the blood of a mortal. Reach out thine hand again, fleshy human, that I might devour it. It has been centuries since I last ate.
Despite his fear, Alexander summons his bravest voice to command the living gate.
I would pass, Gate. I have business with your master.
My master and thine, human. I would be pleased to introduce thee. Only step forward and thou shalt meet him shortly.
No, thank you. I come to meet the Lord of the Dead with my flesh still intact.
And why should I let you past, human, when I would much rather eat you?
I have been told that there is a way for humans to enter Death's realm. There must be something I can do. Some task that will allow me to pass through your doors, Gate.
I seem to recall something. A trick. Perhaps, a test. Yes. Should a human try to pass, a riddle is Gates wont to ask.
A riddle it is, then.
And if thou wouldst fail to answer Gate, his thirsty jaws will be thy fate.
Agreed.
Listen as though it meant thy life then, human, for it surely does. My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
My first is foremost legally. My second circles outwardly. My third leads all in victory. My fourth twice ends a nominee. My whole is this gate's only key.
So, back when we met the big steppy Black Widow, she had a piece of paper that said love, and that's the answer to this riddle. So my first is foremost legally, L. My second circles outwardly, O. My third leads all in victory, V. My fourth twice ends a nominee.
The answer is love.
Ah, thou traitor of the mortal plane! How didst thou guess love? That riddle should never have been solved. Love is unknown in this realm.
Love cannot be banished, even from this place. There are spirits still pining of it on the surface above. Still less can it be banished from my heart.
Enough! Burden me not with thy poetry. Pass through, and quickly, before I change my mind.
It crashed. No. We did just save. We did just save. It was too intense. It was too intense. This game is too powerful. It was the power of love. Oh, we'll just have to. We'll skip through all that dialogue. Yeah, we were in the bone zone.
Alexander reached suddenly.
Ba, ba, ba. Dun, dun, dun.
What?
despite his fear.
I would... No, I have...
My first is foremost legally. My second...
The answer is love.
Alright, easy. Easy. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Yes! Oh boy.
Alexander approaches the throne of the Lord of the Dead.
Why have you entered my domain, still wearing your flesh? If you are so anxious for death, you might have found it easily enough in the land of the living. But since you are here, you are most welcome to stay. Kiss my hand, and you will be one with the spirits. There will be no pain.
It's like spooky knees. Oh my god. Okay, we don't want to die. We want to throw down.
I did not come here to die, but to demand my right of challenge. I respectfully challenge thee, death, by throwing down this gauntlet. Man may pass the portal and seek its master, death. Man may pass where death has trod, and challenge like Scheherazade, he who reigns beneath the sod, to spare a mortal's breath.
He has the gauntlet!
Impossible! He challenges death. Who are you to challenge death?
A man of flesh is all I need to be, my lord.
And what is it that you seek with this challenge? The soul of some dead maiden?
I seek the souls of King Califim and Queen Ilaria of the land of the Green Isles.
You would save 2 human souls and emerge alive from this realm yourself? That shall be a difficult challenge indeed. The tomb does not open its doors lightly.
Either all 3 of us leave, or none go.
Very well. Then let me think of an appropriate task. Ah, yes. I have it now. Your challenge is this. For thousands of years, I have sat upon this throne. I have heard every sad tale that can be told by human lips. I have seen tragedies that ended empires, injustices that defy reason, love that would light the very stars turn cold and hard. I have seen torments that cannot possibly be borne, and yet must be for centuries. This thing I have never done. I have never shed a tear. Make me cry, thou man of flesh. That is my challenge.
Make death cry?
Sooner could he turn sea to stone, or fire to ice.
Okay. So, we're gonna show him the mirror of truth. Oh god.
If your existence has been all that you say it has, then truth alone shall be my sword.
The mirror's surface swirls with darkness for a moment, then fills with images even blacker. Reflections of despair, of wailing souls, of shackles colder and more immutable than any forged by man, of a world of thirsts that can never be quenched. Alexander feels the mirror tremble in his grasp, and is glad that he cannot see its face. But the Lord of the Dead is transfixed to the mirror, to the screening of his life. Things long forgotten are once more uncovered. his enslavement to this throne while still a man, the years of watching misery and horror and growing ever more numb to it, the seep of his own humanity, the slow growth of a new thing altogether which became that which he is now. His is an existence that has no possibility of redemption, no end. The surrounding spirits draw away in pain. The truth is so sharp it stabs, so intense it sears.
Take it away. Make it stop.
The mirror of truth cracks from the strain, and death sheds a single gray tear.
Truth is indeed a terrible thing. I have worn this mantle for so long, I had forgotten its dreadful weight. You shall take the souls and leave as I agreed. You have been granted a stay from this inevitable reality. I almost envy you. Find the souls he has claimed and bring them to me. King Caliphim and Queen Alaria, I presume. Your hero has won you a few more years of mortality. May your souls be more prepared for their rest when you return.
Thank you, my lord. I hope that they will.
And you, man of flesh, my steed shall take the three of you back to the land of the living. Tell her where it is you wish to go. Until we meet again, then, I assure you, we will meet again.
This is a really high bar to
No
meet your
offense, my lord,
in-laws.
but I
Just
hope
saying.
that will be many long years from now.
It is never as long as you might wish, mortal. Now, begone.
Yes, my lord. Are you coming, Majesty?
Alhazred's treachery must be handled carefully, Alexander. Alari and I must go gather our allies and form a plan. Watch over Casima. Make sure she comes to no harm. We will return as soon as we can to take back all that has been stolen from us.
Oh, his mouth stopped working.
I will keep her safe until
Okay.
your return.
Thank you, son. Your love for our daughter must be deep indeed for you to have undertaken death itself for our sakes.
Actually, I just think she's kind of
Indeed.
hot.
May we succeed in what awaits us, and live long together as a family.
All right. We're gonna save. Best son-in-law ever. All right, I think we're in endgame now. I think we're at like the final part. This guy is
Hello? Is anyone here?
No one answers Alexander's shouted greeting. Perhaps he should find someone specific to talk to.
Oh, okay, thanks.
The pole of lamps is peculiarly silent.
Thanks.
Oh. Good day, peddler.
Good day, sir. If you would like to get one of my fine new lamps, I'll need an old lamp in trade.
Isn't it a rather bad business? Taking old lamps and giving new lamps in exchange?
Well, there's always a chance that I'll find a genie. If I had a genie, I'd be richer than a king. Besides, there's always a roaring business in antique luminaries.
We have a lamp. We will give it to him.
Excuse me, peddler, but I have an old lamp that might interest you.
Ah, an old lamp. And what a nice traditional design, too. Take your pick of my new lamps.
So we want this one.
Ah, a fine choice, my son. Here is your new lamp. Good day, and I thank you, sir.
Good day.
Hope he's out of here.
Drat, another dud.
I think he needs a new business plan. I think he needs a better business plan. I think we're ready to go into the castle now and save our beloved, who may or may not like. I don't know. So we need a decoy lamp that looks like the lamp for the genie. Ignore us. Ignore me. Ignore me. So, we need to, what was the spell again? We have the teacup.
There's no reason to put that in the teacup.
Okay, I cannot, what is the spell again? 1 cup swamp ooze, river Styx water, and a black horse feather. Okay. So we just need to put the feather. Yep.
Alexander dips the large black feather into the teacup and stirs the contents gently. To his amazement, the jet black color of the feather slowly drains from end to tip into the teacup. The teacup mixture blackens and thickens to a paint-like consistency. Alexander carefully puts it away, discarding the drained feather.
Alright, so now we will cast the spell. The magic paint spell.
Speaking the incantation would do little good unless there were a painted object nearby to enchant.
Oh, okay.
To paint something,
Paintbrush?
To paint something, Alexander must first choose a location where he wants to paint.
Okay.
The paint can then be used.
There we go. Okay, so
Feeling artistically
here.
inspired, Alexander decides to make use of the large blank castle wall. Ah, a doorway. Just what Alexander was thinking this wall needed.
And now we'll do the magic spell.
With trepidation, Alexander gathers his strength for the enchantment of the painted door. Magic paint, black as ink. Bring to life what I think. Make it real what I draw. According... The spell worked. The door has magically solidified.
Yeah.
Alexander has already painted. Eager to be inside the castle at last, Alexander opens the enchanted door and steps inside. The magic paint door fades back into the wall. So much for an easy exit.
So we're gonna save. Because this is endgame. I think we want this room.
Alexander decides to find out what's on the other side of that door.
Ah.
Prince Alexander, I can't believe it. How did you get into the castle?
Well, actually, it's a little hard to explain.
Magic paint.
I bet. You run a terrible risk of being here, though. The castle is crawling with guard dogs, especially today. The Wazir will have your hide if he finds you.
I know that, Jallo. But Cosima is being married today. What greater risk is there than that?
He's definitely gonna give us away.
Of course you're right. Young love. I forgot what heartburn it is. But what are you supposed to do about it?
I've got to try to see her. Maybe even stop the wedding.
Is that all? And here I thought you would try something dangerous.
Don't worry about me, friend. Just tell me, where is Cosima?
As far as I know, she's still in her bedroom upstairs. You'd never make it up there, though. The guard dogs are everywhere, and they're very loyal to the crown. Unfortunately, right now the crown means Alhazred. If we had proof of something truly afoul, the guard dogs might listen. As it is, they're your enemies, not his.
I understand. I've had no lack of enemies since I got here. In fact, you'd almost think I wasn't welcome.
Almost.
There's probably a good reason why so many wish to harm you. I believe the Wazir's genie has learned of your presence on the islands.
Tell me about this genie.
Alhazred brought the genie with him when he came to this kingdom. It is seldom the genie will take human life himself. Usually he is more of a trickster and a spy. But that doesn't mean he isn't dangerous. In fact, he is quite powerful. If, for example, we could get the genie's lamp, then you could master the genie. Alhazred and all our other problems would be solved.
Is that merely wishful thinking? Or do you have something in mind?
Well, I admit I have often daydreamed about owning that lamp. My fingers are nimble enough, and I could probably find a chance to steal it. Unfortunately, the theft would be detected immediately, and I happen to prefer my neck attached to my body.
If the theft were detected.
Exactly. So, I have also thought if I had a replica of the genie's lamp, an exact replica, I just might be able to... where would we get a replica of the genie's lamp?
Well...
Dreaming's pleasant, but I'm afraid it won't help to stop the wedding. But for Cosima's sake, well, I wish you luck. I'll be here if you can think of anything I can do to help.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jallo.
Oh, if only we had a lamp that looked like the other one.
I've been thinking of what you
Take my
said
thing,
about
that kinda looks
swapping
like
a
a
replica
bong.
for the genie's lamp. I got this lamp from the old lamp seller in town. Do you think it will pass?
Why, yes! It's an exact replica. That's amazing. How did you guess?
I suppose it was intuition.
I'll have to wait for the right moment, mind you. But I should be able to get close enough to swap this for the real thing, and none shall be the wiser. Now you shall see Jallo's skill.
I'm sure your hands are mightier than my sword, my clever friend.
Go ahead and do as you've planned, and let me worry about swapping the lamp. If I accomplish the trickery, I'll manage to get the lamp to you somehow. You never fear.
I have faith, Jollo. You are a true friend.
Oh, shucks. I'd do anything for the princess.
I don't know how you're supposed to really know. I think that when you have Beauty's clothes, you can sneak in wearing them, and maybe I don't really know. It's no problematic about a horse. I just kind of didn't want it to be shown. I know you didn't mean it on purpose. Oh god, let's save. Oh. Jollo's revenge. Yeah, I know you didn't mean to type that. I just didn't want it in chat.
Alexander opens the dungeon door and slips inside.
Oh.
Mother? Mother, where are you?
Okay, this is the boy. Is this the handkerchief or the ribbon?
Would this comfort you, sad spirit?
Spider.
The little boy ghost has no interest in that.
Wait, did I need to grab the handkerchief back in the land of the dead? Oh no, here it is. Oh, thank God. Okay.
What's the matter, little boy?
That was close.
I'm lost. I can't find my mother.
Here's a crown.
I don't know why she would just leave me here. I've been alone ever so long.
You must be the son of the spirit I met in the realm of the dead. She gave me this handkerchief and asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you there.
It's Mama's. It even smells like her.
Oh boy.
I can feel her now. I know where to go.
Wait. Before you go, is there anything you can tell me about the castle?
I like to play in secret places. In the basement behind the Man of Steel is a door.
Mom smells like Mom.
Nobody except me knows it's there anymore. Farewell.
Spider. Very loud door. Okay. To make sure.
Alexander examines the suit of armor, but sees nothing special. Remembering what the little boy ghost said, Alexander experiments with the suit of armor. He pushes down, then pulls up on the knight's right arm.
Yep.
A secret passage. Alexander hears the sound of voices coming from nearby. Alexander peers through the chink in the wall.
Captain, I've been hearing rumors from the guards who've been watching the princess. They say lately she's been pounding on her door and begging to be let out. Ain't none of my business, sir, but news like that is upsetting the other dogs. Ain't no guard in the castle who would willingly keep the princess anywhere she don't want to be.
Alhazred claims that a foreign intruder is here to assassinate her. That's why she's got to be kept under lock and key, right up until the wedding.
Call me an old dog that can't learn new tricks, but I say the princess should be the one giving the orders.
Alhazred has been in charge for months, what with the king's death and Casima's mourning. Tonight, the wedding will seal it, and there's nothing we can do about it. Like him or not, he's our liege. Need I remind you of your oath to the crown?
Aye, we've an oath. For the sake of the princess, we'll not be forgetting it. He'd just better treat her well.
Speaking of the Wazir, what do you reckon he's keeping in that magical room of his?
It's not a magic room. It's just the door he's enchanted somehow. I say he's still got the royal treasury in there, along with whatever else he's so eager to protect. Not even the court treasurer is allowed in there anymore.
I heard him in the hall the other day. He was speaking of that door. Black magic is what I say. I heard him say, Ali, but then Bay came up and started yapping at me.
Enough! It is not our place to question the practices of our liege, no matter how strange. The wedding will be starting soon. Report to the throne room when you hear the music start.
Head pats. Okay, I heard him say Ali, then Bay came up and started yapping at me. Oh god, are these gonna be death stairs? No, there's a railing. We're fine. This isn't King's Quest 2.
Phew, that was a climb. Alexander hears the faint sound of a woman crying nearby.
Oh, this music rules.
Alexander hears the sound of scratching coming from the other side of the wall. Alexander looks through the chink in the wall.
Dear Shadrach, salutations from the Society of the Black Cloak, etc., etc. My long preparations are about to come to fruition. In a matter of minutes, I will wed the lovely Casima. Once I've established my power and my crown, I can stage another accident. The princess has proven infuriatingly stubborn, as you know. She's becoming quite a dangerous little thorn in my side. In a way, it is a shame I have to kill her. She is lovely and would be amusing to keep around, but I can't risk her talking treason to one of the guards. So far, I've managed to keep her locked away, but I can't continue that forever. Well, on to it now. I'd send her to you, but as you know, I had no luck in doing so with Mordak. I close in triumph. King Abdul Alhazred. And now to see to the final preparations. It's almost time for the wedding.
The Wazir's words fill Alexander with blazing anger and fear for Casima's life.
That blackguard! That murderous swine! He'll not have his way if I have anything to say about it.
Alexander sees nothing of interest there.
Oh, there's the thing I'm supposed to click on.
Alexander sees lots of black cloaks. The trunk is locked.
We have a skeleton key. Oh, it's got a spooky skeleton face on it.
Alexander inserts the skeleton key in the trunk's lock and turns it. He hears a click. Alexander opens the trunk. The books look interesting, but the castle is not a good place to relax and read. Alexander picks up the most recent letter and examines it. The letter is addressed to Abdul al-Hazred from the wizard Shadrach. It reads, "Greetings to a brother of the Black Cloak. I was sorry to hear of great Mordak's death, though he was a bit of a ninny at chess. It seems the plans for that little kingdom of yours are coming along. I must congratulate you on your handling of the king and queen. Isolating the islands so that no protest could develop was another brilliant stroke. It looks like there's not much left to stand in your way. Do as I recommended with the girl, and you shall have your crown."
That fiend!
Alexander sees nothing of interest in that part of the bedroom. Alexander opens the ebony box and looks inside. Alexander can read the piece of paper without taking it.
Alright, fine, I'll look at it.
Inside the ebony box is a piece of paper with the word Zebu printed on it.
Okay, alright, we got Ali and Zebu.
Finding Cosima is no game of chance.
I'm gonna save. Jala's Revenge, I forgot I called it that. Okay. Totally safe berries will be... I don't know. End game 2. Alright, do I have that letter?
Alexander is carrying a letter taken from the Wazir's trunk.
Yep. Okay, we have the letter. Let's go back the way we came, through the spooky closet.
Alexander crawls back through the wardrobe to reach the secret passage.
Okay,
Alexander hears the faint sound of a woman crying nearby.
the crying.
Alexander peers through the chinks in the wall, trying to locate the source of the crying sounds. Alexander's palms begin to sweat and his heart to race. It's Cosima. He's found her.
My love.
Psst! Princess Cosima.
What? Who's there?
It is I, Alexander. I'm here behind this wall.
My, how suave that sounds.
Alexander? It really is you. Oh, I knew you were close by, but how did you get inside the castle walls?
It's a long story and not important now. You did get my ring.
Oh, yes. It has brought me such comfort, Alexander, to know you were close by and had not forgotten. But you shouldn't be here. You're only endangering yourself.
I'm afraid I'm not the only one in danger. Princess, be brave. I've heard such vileness today, such evil.
What is it?
Al-Hazred. He is not what he appears.
I've known that for years, Alexander. But with Mother and Father gone, I'm afraid there's no stopping him.
I brought them back from the dead.
Tell me of what evil you speak. I have been so afraid for my kingdom, not knowing what he plans.
The kingdom is in trouble, but the real threat at the moment is to your safety, Princess. Al-Hazred has such plans. You don't want to wed Al-Hazred, do you?
How can you ask? Of course not.
If you do not wish to marry him, Cosima, You shall not. I promise you. But we must get you out of here now. You are not safe.
But Abdul would tear the castle apart if I were to disappear from my room. You shall have to do what you can to delay his plans from your end.
I can't just leave you here.
Alexander, do not despair for me. I have been safe in this room for nearly 6 months now. Abdul can be in no hurry, whatever he plans. After all, I'm to be his bride, am I not? I have been planning too, you see. I believe I can escape. If I can only get a chance to lay my hands on a weapon, there might be an opportunity in the hustle of the wedding.
But I...
Shh, just a moment more, then you must go. Let us not waste time with words. Please, let me just look at you, dear Alexander.
Okay, give her the letter?
I found this letter in the Wazir's bedroom. I think you should know what it says.
I can't believe it. I had my suspicions, but this confirms everything. Alexander, you must keep the letter. He might have a chance to show it to someone who can help you stop Alhazred. Just be careful.
And then she needs a dagger.
Here, take this dagger. It's not much, but it might come in handy.
Why, it's perfect. This is just the sort of thing I've been looking for. Thank you, Alexander. I'll keep it close and use it if I must.
Alexander looks with longing at the fair Cosima. She's even more beautiful than he remembered.
Oh no! Someone's coming!
The lock on Cosima's door rattles abruptly.
Alexander, hurry! Step away before they see you!
Alexander hears scuffling and a woman's brief cry from the other side of the wall. Then, silence.
Alright, we'll save. Endgame 2.
Alexander looks through the chinks in the wall, anxious to see what the commotion was about. Cosima is gone. Where could they have taken her? How could he have let them take her?
A fine rescuer I'm turning out to be.
How do we get out of here? There we go. Touch the door.
Alexander doesn't see any way of opening that door manually.
Oh, right. We have to speak to the door. Because this is the magic door.
Since the door on the west wall has no visible knob or handle, Alexander decides to try to open it with his voice. He composes his words carefully.
So, the first part of the code is A-L-I, that's what we heard from the dogs. And then the second part is D-E-B.
Listen, door. I would have you open. Ali Zebu.
It worked. Alexander pulls the drapery aside, curious as to what might lie underneath.
Opa.
On the table are 4 unusual items. On the table is a strange-looking stone that's giving off an odd, high-pitched noise.
That must be the Isle of Wonders singing stone. Didn't the queens think that the beast had stolen it?
On the table is a miniature oak tree. It looks very old.
That must be the sacred miniature oak that the druids thought the winged ones stole.
On the table is a coat of arms with the head of a beast on the crest.
Beast said that his coat of arms was stolen by the druids. This must be it.
On the table is a fleece made of gold.
That fleece must belong to the winged ones, and they thought the Isle of Wonder had taken it.
Dun, dun,
As
dun.
Alexander looks at the objects on the table, he realizes the depth of the Wazir's cunning. It must have been the Wazir or an accomplice who stole that one thing most precious to each island, and then leaked rumors that one of the other islands was responsible.
What did the Wazir have to gain by causing the islands to hate one another?
Okay, save. And game 2.
Alexander, oh no.
Oh.
It's wedding music.
Uh-oh.
Alex.
Oh, spooky wedding music.
Alexander, wait.
Okay.
Alexander hears the guard enter the West Hall. Alexander looks cautiously around the Grand Hall, but there are no guard dogs to be seen. The wedding music is coming from behind those two large doors.
I like the spooky wedding music.
Prince Alexander, here, the Vizier will have my head for allowing you within a mile of the royal wedding. Since you are of noble birth, I will give you 5 seconds to explain your presence here before killing you. I warn you, it had better be good.
Head pats. Head pats. Head pats. Or, this letter.
Wait. If you love your princess, you'll hear me out.
Head pats.
The Wazir is not what he appears to be. Cassima is in terrible danger. I have proof that this is so. For your princess's sake, you must believe me.
Let me see that.
Saladin reads the letter, his sword point still against Alexander's throat. Alexander watches the guard dog's noble face darken with rage.
This is treason. I'll have his throat. But how do I know this letter is not a forgery? You could have written this yourself.
But I did not. Have you no doubts of your own about Ahazred? Don't you see? All he wants is the crown. Cassima is being coerced. We must stop the wedding.
It is true. I have had my suspicions about the Vizier, especially when King Califim and Queen Alaria died. But I have seen Cassima with him several times. She appears to be quite happy, even enthusiastic. I don't believe she could love him if he truly were so wicked.
I cannot believe for a moment that she loves that snake.
A jilted lover would not believe it. But come, see for yourself.
The captain of the guard leads Alexander into the throne room, where a ceremony seems to be in progress. Alexander feels his blood run cold at the sight.
I, Cassima, declare Abdul al-Hazred as my lawful and beloved husband and king of this realm.
No.
But, Cassima, what are you saying?
Do you still claim that the princess is being forced? Perhaps it's you that's the danger, as the Vizier has said.
No, my love.
Hold, villain! You shall not marry the princess!
Prince Alexander here? This is an outrage! How dare you allow this traitor to get past you, Saladin? You stupid mutt! Can't you even keep the castle free of assassins during your own princess's wedding?
Kill him! Kill him now!
Lord Alhazred, with all due respect, you are not quite king yet. And this is a wedding ceremony, not an execution.
What? How dare you contradict me, you flea-bitten mongrel! I gave a direct order. Obey me, or feel my wrath.
Milady, I apologize for my behavior, but I am yours to command in all things. I wanted merely to hear your own wishes from your own lips. Tell me what it is that you wish me to do with this young man, and I will obey.
Why, Captain, you heard my dear Abdul. If he wishes this atrocious young man's death, then I want nothing more than to see him get his wish. Obey thy liege now and always.
No! No!
As you wish, Princess.
No! Cosima!
Just as Saladin prepares to run Alexander through with his sword, a shout is heard from the direction of the Grand Hall.
Hold! In the name of the true king!
King Caliphim and Queen Ilaria burst into the throne room, looking alive and well and full of wrath. Behind them, a line of supporters look prepared to battle, if necessary, for their beloved royal couple.
Cosima, darling, are you all right? Has he hurt you?
Hands off of her, you murderous goat.
If I want your advice, I'll ask for it, Mother.
But, Caliphim, that's not Cosima. I'd know my daughter anywhere.
What have you done with our daughter, you devil?
The lovely image of Cosima suddenly bursts into smoke and is replaced by the Wazir's genie.
Why, you conniving serpent!
Thank you for the follow.
Get him, guards! Saladin, your sword! Drat it all! You may have ruined my plans, but you won't get me, or your precious Cosima. Get them, Shamir! I command you! He's getting away!
Okay.
Stop him!
Okay.
Yes, sire, as soon as I deal with this genie.
Run. Run.
Shamir, the Wazir's genie, begins to throw balls of dazzling light at the guard dogs.
Yeah. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. Go.
Alexander, be careful. Alhazred has a sword.
Shut up, wench! Shamir Shamazel! Get in here! Here I am, master! It's about time, you bumbling fool! How could you let him follow me? Well, there were the guard dogs, master, and then... Never mind! Just kill him! Kill him now!
As you wish, master. Razzle, dazzle, snap, and snazzle.
Whoa, okay.
Alexander, I did it! I swapped the lamps. Here, quick, take it.
Bless you, Jalo.
Yeah.
I knew you could do it. Now get clear, friend.
No arguments there, my lord. Good luck.
Jalo's best girl. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh god.
There's no reason to use that object there.
Shamir Shamazel, hold your spells.
Okay.
I am your master now. I order you to go back into your lamp.
How did you get my lamp? You thief! You've ruined me! My lamp!
Oh, thank Valhalla! I hated working for that loathsome creature.
Thank
I already
Valhalla.
feel his nastiness leaving me. How I've longed for a master like you. I've got a new master. I've got a new master.
No.
So you are a thief as well, Alexander. Stealing the lamp was very clever, I'll grant you that. But I am the master thief. Face my sword if you dare. The man left standing shall have the lamp.
So shall it be, Alhazred.
I don't
need
think I
the
have to
genie
play
to
fair.
deal with a coward like you.
Inspiration. Alexander fixes upon the only weapon in sight.
Oh.
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Good. Then you shall only fail sooner, my prince. So, the mouse would bite?
This mouse shall bite, as
go.
you shall soon see.
Let's go.
Or should I say, soon feel?
Ha! You can barely lift that sword, my prince. Better to lay it down now. I promise to dispatch you with little pain.
A tempting offer, but I think I'll wait and see what this sword can do.
Suit yourself.
Go, Princess Casima. Whoa! He punched me! He's punching me!
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And so it ends.
Not if I can help it, you murderer!
Casima thrusts the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
You dare raise a finger to me? You will regret that, princess.
That would serve no purpose.
Oh, come on.
But I forget. I stalk a kitten and turn my back to a lion. It wouldn't do to let you gather your strength again, my prince.
Alhazred finishes off Alexander with one swipe of his sword.
No!
Forgive me, Casima.
I didn't click the right spot.
Alexander! No!
Oh, you can fail at that point?
Tickets up. Next.
Touché. Alexander should have been on guard.
Okay. Alright, we have to do that whole thing again. Fine. I didn't know you could fail that part. I didn't know you could, like...
Alexander,
Okay.
be careful. Alhazred has a sword.
This time for sure.
Shut up.
Yep,
It's well, there were the guard dogs, master. And then, never mind. Razzle. No one.
Ah.
Shamir Shamazel, hold your spells. I am your master now. I order you to go back into your lamp.
How did you...
Okay.
So you...
Inspiration.
Go. Ow!
Zounds! This sword must weigh a ton.
Good. Then you shall only fail sooner, my prince. So, the mouse would bite?
This mouse...
Okay, fight. Alright.
Ha! You can barely...
Have to do this again. Stop punching me.
Alexander's arms start to tremble under the effort of wielding the huge sword. His muscles are nearing exhaustion.
Ha! And
not if I can...
Cosima thrusts the small dagger into Alhazred's shoulder with all her might.
Ah! You dare raise a finger to me? You will regret that, princess.
There's no
No! Okay, I hit him.
Cosima! Are you all right?
I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so afraid for you.
There's no need to fear anymore, Princess.
Yes, I know. How can I ever repay you? For myself, for my kingdom.
It was not in me to let harm come to you. Can you find it in you, Princess, to give me more than your gratitude?
Alexander, what are you saying?
I love you, Cosima. Would you ever consider... Do you think you could... marry me?
Could you ever have doubted it, my prince?
Oh. Yay!
Oh! Guards!
Princess Cosima, are you well?
I'm quite well, thank you. Please take Abdul and put him in the dungeon. See to it that he gets a doctor.
Yes, Majesty.
I stabbed him in the shoulder.
Cosima and Alexander ask Captain Saladin to perform their wedding ceremony. Saladin is honored to do so.
On this historical day of great joy in the land of the Green Isles, we witness the union of Cosima, beloved princess of this realm, and Alexander, Prince of Daventry. Do you, Prince Alexander of Daventry, take Princess Cosima to be your wife, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
And do you, Princess Cosima of the land of the Green Isles, take Prince Alexander to be your husband, to love and to cherish for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Do you have a ring?
I have Alexander's royal insignia ring.
Very good. Please place the ring on Cosima's finger. Who gives this bride to be wed?
Her mother and I willingly give our daughter's hand in wedlock.
Who will speak for the groom?
I will. Alexander's mother and I recognize his marriage to Princess Cosima with glad hearts and sanction this union.
We have the same hat.
Then, Alexander and Cosima, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Congratulations, my children. I have an important question for you both. Please hear me.
Yes, sire?
Alexander, I welcome you into our family with open arms. I place trust in Alhazred because I so badly wanted a son and a husband for my beloved daughter. I was wrong. But you are true and good, Alexander. You have proven yourself to all my people.
Thank you, sire.
Olaria and I have been through much. Even though we have returned to our kingdom, I do not think we are able to reign again. Will you two consider the crown? I know as king and queen, you can heal this small kingdom from all the damage that Alhazred has inflicted upon it.
Oh, Father.
Why, I'm honored. What do you think, Cosima?
I love my homeland, Alexander. I would be happy to stay and serve it all my days.
Father, I believe I'm needed here. Would you be very disappointed if...
Son, you must follow your destiny. I do believe the land of the Green Isles needs you. You'll be a magnificent king, though dearly missed in Daventry.
Then, I accept.
Oh, my boy, what a man you've become. And how I will miss you.
Don't worry, Mother. With Shamir's powers, we'll be able to visit often. I'm not about to forget my family.
Congratulations, Alexander. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, dear sister.
Oh, Alexander, I'm so glad. Between the return of my beloved parents and our new reign, you've made me so happy.
I'm glad I could make up for some of your suffering, my beautiful wife.
Congratulations, King Alexander. When we return home to Daventry, your crew will be glad to hear that their battle at sea was worthwhile in bringing forth a new monarch.
We were so worried when your men arrived home without you, son. I'm so thankful that you are safe and happy.
And I am as grateful that my crew did not pay for my driven heart.
You have only brought us all good fortune, sire. With Shamir saved and his power used for good, reuniting the islands will be far easier. He has already repaired the ferry. Your road will be easier now that the islands are no longer feuding. Already the wounds are starting to heal.
Yes, my love. Discovering the island's stolen treasures has done more to bring peace to this land than anything else. It is now clear that Alhazred had Shamir steal each of the island's most valued treasures, then blame the thefts on others to cause the islands to hate each other.
Now let us celebrate our good fortune. The evil that has plagued this land is done, and a new reign begins. Long live King Alexander and Queen Cosima.
Long live King Alexander! Long live Queen Cosima! Long live the land of the Green Isles! Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Ah, Jalo's dancing. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Maxbone. Yay!
You seem so far away, and I just need to hear your voice.
There is a seventh game.
I just need to hear you say if you would have me go or stay. Girl, in the tower
best song ever.
I saw your face, and I felt our souls embrace.
If it's not meant to be this way, why do you haunt me night and day? Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you.
Thank you for the head pats. And you can tell exactly what year this came out, huh?
Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Here in the tower, I'm calling out. My heart cries out for you. Girl in the tower. Here in the tower.
Oh my god, the solo! Oh man. I wasn't looking. Did I get all the points? I was too busy rocking out. I thought it would be more obvious. Ah. Oh man. Oh, you made it just in time for the ending. Oh man. I was 1 point short? No. Okay, alright, we're starting over. Ah, no. Dang, 1 point short. Dang it. Ah. Alright, we're doing it again. This time, but better. Ah. Oh man. Yeah, so there we yeah, so there is so technically so that was King's Quest 6. There is King's Quest 7, which is um King's Quest 7, The Princeless Bride from 1994. And then there's technically King's Quest 8, Mask of Eternity, but no one counts that. I think. Oh, they don't even count it because the main character is not King Graham or a member of the family. He's just like a different guy. and it was the first to omit the sequel numbering system on box artwork and title screen. King's Quest 7 is also not very liked for a few reasons, but I'll still play it. I'm curious to see how it compares to the other things. And then there is the King's Quest reimagining that came out in 2015, 2016 that I think would be super fun to play. And then I think I think I would want to play some like other Sierra games. Like I would love to play more stuff by Roberta Williams because I really like Roberta Williams. She has a few other games she made with Sierra Online, so I might do those. And then there's just like a bajillion other point and click adventure games from like the 90s. I think overall I like King's Quest a teeny bit more. I still really like Space Quest. They're actually very different. Like I think that Space Quest has a lot of like really interesting like humor, and it actually has some like fun gameplay in like a weird way. Like they try to have like actual games in the game sometimes. That sounds mean. I don't mean that mean, but they did a lot of different things, which it was interesting kind of playing them back to back. Like around the same time they were doing this and King's Quest was doing that. But I think just in general, I think because I like the heart, I like the last one is not a prequel. It is with Rosella and her mom, Queen Valence. Maybe when we finish both King's Quest and Space Quest, we can rank them from best to worst labyrinth puzzle. And they're just all the worst. I don't know. King's Quest 5 is a little unforgivable because it kept changing perspective and I hated it. But we'll rank them best to worst labyrinth puzzle. And then yeah, I think maybe also playing the reimagining would be nice. And then eventually whenever the reimagining of rank them least to most deadly Quest game. Please do Quest tier list on stream. Maybe that'd be fun. That's content. I've never done a tier list, so that'd be exciting. Maybe we can do that after we finish King's Quest 8 or 7. Yeah, thank you all so much for stopping by. Met so many new people. Very excited. Very excited that everyone who came by and we got to play this game. Let's see. Ooh, let's see. Ooh, we can raid Aquapunk. I caught one of their streams. I was watching them play New Vegas like forever ago. I need to watch more of their stuff. Let's do that. Let's raid Aquapunk. That sound good? I will be back on. I'll have a new schedule up on Sunday on Twitter or on the Discord. Um, words are hard. It'll probably be we'll be doing Fallout New Vegas, the DLC Old World Blues on Monday. That probably will be a two-parter because that's a really dense DLC. And then yeah, we'll kind of go from there. I should be getting progress on my official model soon too. I think that my mama was going through some stuff, and I was being patient. But I think we have a deadline. We're gonna be working towards it, so hopefully we'll be seeing more progress on that soon. Is that my cat who just screamed? Okay, sorry. I just heard it behind me. All right, let's do that raid. Thank you all, everyone stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you later. Thank you all so much for stopping by. And remember, you have to sing "Girl in the Tower" the next time you're singing to yourself in the shower. It's the best shower song. The official model is just it's just the knife. Bye everyone. Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful day. Ah.